This is gonna be fun. Oh, yeah. Shucky ducky. Here we are on a Wednesday, goat streaming, slip into the goat stream with your host, Jason MIRONCHUK. That's me. What's this? What's this butt doing up in my screen? This is, I'm having a hard time finding a downside with this because it's so damn funny. This is a new thing. This is a new thing that apparently is happening. God bless the internet for making this a real thing and putting it in front of me. Not the butt, whatever, right? It's a butt. But this is apparently women on Instagram and OnlyFans, influencers, sexual influencers, look at me influencers, whatever, booty influencers, are using a new filter to make themselves look like Down syndrome people. And apparently it's very effective. So let's take a look. Oh, hang on. It's going to be muted for the first little bit because there's a song playing and, YouTube. So the caption here says, when the boys secretly catch me changing after training
This
again.
is one of the most...
Whoa. Calm down there, Bo. The caption says, when the boys secretly watch me changing after training again, but my girls rescue me. And you can kind of see it here, I guess, with the filter. I guess it looks a little downsy. I don't know. It looks just like, whatever. It is what it is. Koala Bear says Thursday. Well, Thursday our time, but not but Wednesday for everybody else. So yeah, so this is the thing, and now this guy who has christened himself Joey Swole, the CEO of Gym Positivity, has got some issues.
This is one of the most disgusting things that I have ever seen on social media.
But hilarious at the same time. I mean, come on. If you've been spending any time on social media, you got to have a sense of humor with this shit. You just got to. It's long past time when we can just be feigning like, oh, outrage, oh my God, oh, what are they doing? They're looking like Down syndrome. Yeah, okay, look, man. Women have been showing their buttholes and all the other holes on social medias and stuff like that for a while now. Like, they go on Twitch, which is essentially a video game platform, and do video game playing and analysis in lingerie and hot tubs and all the rest of it for, like, little kids to see. So really, at this point, a Down syndrome filter, it's almost wholesome at this point.
There are women out there that are using filters and AI to make it appear as if they have Down syndrome.
Down cheer girly. Now, is it confirmed that this girl doesn't have Down syndrome? Because it would be awful. It would be awful. Just the worst, right? If suddenly we find out that no, she's really got Down syndrome. She's just trying to make some money off it. She's got the downs in the face, just not anywhere else. It's all up here, Cringe virtue signaling or whatever. Well, he's the CEO of Gym Positivity, so this is affecting his gym positivity somehow.
Syndrome, just so they
This is affecting his vibe, yo.
can sell more subscriptions to their OF account. Now, I don't know if they're stealing content or using their own, but why in the world does this filter even exist?
Because it's hilarious. It is hilarious. It is one of the best things I have found on the internet. Are you kidding me? You're telling me that people who don't have Down syndrome are putting filters that make them look like they have Down syndrome, and this isn't just like an amazing, fantastic occurrence in the world? Come on, come on! Look how far we've come. Trans Downs, trans. I don't want to say the word on YouTube. So, trans special needs people. I mean, come on, the virtual Special Olympics. We deserve this. This is just what else you want? What else would you want in the world? Come on, this is what you get. You get a little liberalism, a little bit of freedom, a little bit of individuality. It's going to be expressed in interesting ways. I mean, come on, you don't want to go to church. This is what you get. You get some people. You get some nice girls with a tuchus, with the Down syndrome filter.
In the first place.
Can we also talk about this? Backwards hats in 2025. Can we outlaw this? Can we get an executive order? Why? This is never okay. This isn't okay. We used to laugh at this in the 90s when it was popular. Why are you doing it now? Why?
And how sick in the head.
You're bald. We all can see you're bald. This isn't hiding anything. It's not making a mystique. I'm wearing a hat partly because I got to get my hair cut, and it's become an issue. It's become this mangy mange. It's a thing that's going on top of my head. So I put a hat on in order to conceal this. He would look at my hair and be envious because I have it, and it's all mine. But I mean, we can see the shine, my friend. What is with the hat?
Do you have to be to actually do this? And what type of pervert sicko actually goes and subscribes?
I mean, again, are we surprised by any of this? Like, he's probably subscribed a few times. I'm just saying. You know, I'm not gonna say he's a pervo sicko. He's doing it for research, I'm sure.
So, to all the women out there that are doing this and the people that support them and subscribe, shame on you. You need to do better. I really, really hope that Instagram and OF do something to stop this.
It's also just cutting into his metrics, right? I mean, he's a gym bro. He's a CEO of Gym Positivity, and this is like they're using gyms to do this thing. It's cutting into his thing. It's just like how gamers were upset with the Twitch, with the hot tub Twitch. What was her name? I don't know the thing. And all the people that she spawned. Yeah, of course, it's an unfair advantage, right? I mean, suddenly he's got to compete against girls, Downsy girls, and he can't. He's like, I can't compete against the Downsy girls. What is with this filter? Do I have to use a filter? You should use a filter. Maybe the Downsy thing will make him look better. Come on, this is intense there. I don't know. I wanted to start with it because I think it's we're starting off strong here, folks. We're getting our stretches in. My goodness, all the people in the chat, appreciate each and every one of you. Let the people know. Hit the like button. Subscribe. Let the people know. Seem to have fixed my YouTube woes, where they were throttling and preventing people from finding the channel and stuff like that. That seems to have been fixed. It's amazing when you call and make some investigations, and then all of a sudden things get better. So, well, that's good. Of course, we're here to punch some digital dicks. Continuing. And I did that stream, was it last week, the week before, talking about AA and his analysis. Had Matthew Erickson on to talk some about that. Matthew might be appearing here later on as well. I'll open the floor for call-ins later in the show as well. Once we get through some of the stuff we're going to be talking about. And I brought up the fact that when I went on AA show and we talked about Trump and being installed and all that stuff, and at the end I kind of mentioned the other big work I was doing with Tales of the Shadow Empire, and of course you should go buy your copy. Links in the description below. Or send me some PayPal bucks. There's a QR code on the screen. And also links. You can send me some money to keep the lights on in the MIRONCHUCK Now studios, aka my house. We like to eat. It's nice. It's a good thing. It's now Lent's done, so now the menu is open. So I appreciate all the support and super chats and all the other things you can give. So I did that stream comparing Asmongold's content and commentary versus AA's content and commentary, and I got a lot of responses. It was a big response one. A lot of people were like, whoa. My favorite ones, of course, are the ones where they say, and I was kind of expecting this. People saying that I am bitter, or I'm upset. Have a grudge against AA or something like that. I don't really. I don't know the man. I wish him well, all the things. But I feel like no one else is mentioning this, and it needs to be mentioned. It needs to be talked about, because I think a lot of people, when they come on these streams and they watch, you have your favorite guys, right? Yeah, I have my crowd. Everyone has their crowd. There's overlaps, whatever, and you come and you come for the experience of me talking and analyzing and this and that and the guest and whatever reason you're here, right? And God bless you. But and the same thing for AA's audience and etc. The issue that I think people don't really want to deal with, because it's a difficult one, is understanding that most people are slaves to their own desires. This is a Girardian point, right? Desires are external. We don't know what to want until the people want it. Then we model their desires. When it comes to this media sphere, there's quite a few people, and now we're seeing the changing of the guards in many ways. The IDW dying off. Dave Smith. We're going to do a little clip of him talking with Orrin in a second. We're seeing a changing of that guard. We're seeing the gatekeepers get marshaled and trying their best to stem the tide over this new dissident right and, far right and, ooh, spooky things, like Daryl Cooper saying, hey, maybe we should look at this whole Nuremberg regime narrative and poke some holes in it, because it doesn't make sense, and it doesn't, we don't have to be beholden to it anymore. And, let's just start asking some questions. And, of course, then you get the Douglas Murrays and all that stuff showing up on Joe Rogan saying, he's not an expert. We need to talk to the experts. I'm not an expert either, but listen to me talking about experts, the need for experts. And how dare he talk about, Winston Churchill that way? What? Who cares about Winston Churchill? No one cares about Winston. Winston Churchill wasn't even liked by the British when Winston Churchill was a thing. So what's the big deal? Why can't we talk about these things? Why can't we ask questions? Examine things. Hey, look, if the narrative is true and right and fair, then there you go. No reason to be upset. We're going to confirm your narrative and move on with our lives, and then Kaloo, right? So there's tons of good reasons why you might think that Douglas Murray and co. are very nervous and upset about this whole thing. The other thing you have to also consider is this, is that Douglas Murray, from the get-go, just wants to be respected. His whole shtick is to be respected, to be revered, to be seen as something, right? As the guy. And that's the whole IDW shtick as well. When they were against the left and they were against the progressives and calling out the woke, so we're talking about James Lindsay's, the Jordan Petersons, the list goes on, the Weinsteins, yada, 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 yada. At first, and I was, on their side for a long time as well, with a few exceptions. But, I started calling some shots even back then, 2, 3, whatever years ago, saying, like, especially with James Lindsay, saying that, we did a friend or feta with him, as a subject and saying this guy's a Fed. He's only against the woke for now. As soon as the woke is no longer a problem, he's going to do an about turn and attack the right, because he's already against Catholics and religion. He's already a very crayon eating atheist of the new atheist school. So there's already that, and he's already taken his attacks, and he's also not against liberalism in general. He sees himself as the real face of liberalism, classic liberalism, whatever that is, and doesn't understand that the liberal frame will always lead to ultra progressivism. It's just the natural progression of these things. You can't get away from it. So we examine what they really want. If we can understand their desires, we know what they're going to probably do next. What James Lindsay and many others really, really want is to be media figures. They had a position in academia that got threatened. They had some success in the media sphere. All of a sudden, there was this great big market for anti-woke content. They stepped in it and became big names, invited to all the nice events and meeting all these nice people, getting on Joe Rogan all the time, and they selling the books and going on the tours and making the money and all this stuff. But the money and all that stuff is secondary. It's really about the validation. That's what they want. And their politics or their positions will change in order to keep that little nut. Here's the problem. James Lindsay and the rest of them don't have any ideas. They don't. They're reactionaries, just like many others. And this is not a slant on them. It's just how people are. It's really hard to come up with ideas. It's really hard to be original. It's really hard to do any kind of thinking outside boxes because it's risky. You get it wrong, you're done. So it's hard, it's risky, it doesn't usually pay very well, I can tell you from firsthand experience. So most people don't do it. Stay in the box, stay in the frame, be reactionary, do commentary, and that's it, and that's all. As we're starting to see this new changing of the guards, right? The old IDW guys are getting old, long in the tooth, not very effective. Douglas Murray's appearance on Rogan, where he, debated Dave Smith, was horrible for Murray. He's gone on apologetic tours now on, Sam Harris and all these other, Constantine Christen and all these other people saying, "No, I'm really right," and experts, and they're all nodding their heads, but the rest of everyone else watching this is like, "You suck, dude." Literally, he's gay. Just stay in your lane. Go get on a float and just be your bad self. So, oh my goodness. Solid Snake 1964, $10 USD. Love your show. Good stuff. I heeded you and Stormy's economic warning, so I've been stacking hard assets like gold and silver to insulate myself. Cheers from the Home Range Society chapter of the OGC. Cheers to you, Solid Snake. Love the name, by the way. Hey, do what you can, right? I've just on the advice period thing. I know a lot of people always were asking for advice, and it's always hard because it's one of those things like, I don't know what your situation is, I don't know what you got, I don't know, your visibility. I also don't know how these, how this what's coming now, hard and fast, is going to affect everyone in different places. It depends on how governments react, et cetera, et cetera. So giving general advice is always I think not a great idea, but it's good to know that, yeah, you get the information, you look around, you make your decisions, you do what you can, right? And I think that's great. I appreciate that and appreciate you, sir. Keep the super chats coming. Of course, you can always send some money over to PayPal. If you don't want to send 30% over to YouTube, you can send almost 100% with a small little discount fee from PayPal over to me, and that's always appreciated. Okay. And, of course, go by Tales of the Shadow Empire. Links in the description below, blah, 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 grift. Okay. So, changing the guards. Now we're starting to see this. Dave Smith, who isn't a complete unknown, but he's certainly now becoming, I think, parallel to a lot of these names. that really made their dollars and their brand over the last 10, 15 years. We're going to start seeing other names too. And a lot of people are triangulating for that. And again, this isn't me being bitter berries or, oh, they're doing something. I can explain to you how I think and what I want, but it probably wouldn't translate. So I'm just telling you, right? All I'm doing is telling you, folks. I'm not trying to convince you. This isn't like a, come on to me kind of thing, or whatever. I'm telling you how things are. This is the weather pattern. Here's a storm. Here's what's coming in. Do with it what you will. Can't tell you what to do. Don't know your particulars, but this is how it's happening. Same thing with a lot of these people. So when we look at the Carl Benjamins and the academic agents and all these other people, their desire is to be media people in this new media. I share that desire. I would like to do this too. With a lot of caveats. But I would trade it all. I would put it all on the line, and I have many times before, and I would throw it all away if it meant I had to lie to keep it. Or it meant that I wouldn't pursue a truth. Pursuing an uncomfortable truth would mean a reduction in my market share. Not willing to do that. Which probably means I'm not going to have much of a career in this media thing, because that's kind of how it works. I'm not very political. I tell people to screw off all the time. I pick fights. I am who I am, and that is all that I am. My brand is brutal honesty. So, that's what you come here for. That's what you get. So, just to recap. I went on a show in December of last year of 2024. I was invited on primarily to talk about Trump, my predictions of Trump being installed, and how I kind of knew that Trump was going to be sitting in the White House after the failed assassination attempt, and after it seemed like he was, green lighted in, minus any possibility that he, was physically unable to run. I said it's a sure thing now. He's got to be in, because I think the people behind him are going to get him in no matter what. So that was my prediction. Panned out. There was a lot of overlap between AA and mine analysis, so that's why he invited me on to talk about it. And near the end of the show, I threw out the idea that, hey, there is, this global economic crisis happening in 2025, probably happening between March and May of 2025. And it's a big, bold statement, but I have tons of work. And like I said, I put my name on it, and sometimes it may sound like I'm taking credit for it. But again, this is down to Stormy Waters. This is down to Tom Luongo. This is down to many others. Alex Trainer, whose work I follow and try to reiterate to people and chase down those leads and that information and try to present it to you folks, either through interview or through my own work. So again, all credit to them. Go follow them if you want even better analysis, more in depth, all that stuff. Those are the people to follow. Okay, so because I've seen those criticism too. Like, I'm trying to take credit and da 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 da. Look, I don't need the credit I take is I put my name on it. I put my name and face on things, so that I'm trying to it's a credibility issue. So just like any journalist would do, this is the work I'm following, and this is the work I'm presenting. You can disagree, you can call me out on it and all that stuff. All I ask is you do it honestly, and try to represent my arguments and the data as honestly as possible. Because I think if I'm right, a lot of people ask me, what if you're wrong? But it's like, well, what if I'm right? If I'm right, then millions or billions of people are going to be negatively affected by this. And if you have a big giant platform, especially if you're in the UK, you might want to start to warn people privately, publicly, whatever you can, right? Might be a good thing to do, to put aside your media aspirations for a second and maybe get into the actual journalistic aspects of things and go chase down data like I did. Because when I was first presented with the data, I didn't believe it either. or I always had my like, okay, misgivings. So I investigated it. And and even in my cursory investigations back in August of 2024, that's when it started hitting me like, oh crap, this is happening. I may not be some economic major. I may not be an expert. I may not be all these other things, but I'm talking to people who are experts. I'm reading other people who are experts. I'm chasing down their leads and things that they're telling me to look at. I'm looking at those things and going, oh, crap. Here we go. So, F me, right? But it's all right. We take the good, we take the bad. And that's why you have the facts of life. The facts of life. Trudy. All right. Let's go. Solid Six thought PayPal took a percentage as well. Very, very small. It's like you do a payment processing fee kind of thing. So like pennies on the dollar compared to YouTube's gougings. But I appreciate you, Solid Snake, and all the rest of it. Orthodox Boomer Grandma live. Sure are. Sure am. Sure am, ma'am. Okay. Let's do this. This is a piece. This is a little bit from Dave Smith on Orrin McIntyre's show. The title of the show is The Rise and Fall of the Intellectual Dark Web. This was just posted. I just saw it this morning when I woke up my time. I thought this was interesting because this is kind of, again, pointing towards what I was just, the general thesis of this is that the majority of people you see on these screens, their desire is to be recognized, to have this as a career. And this is not a bad desire. I'm not saying, oh, screw them, right? That's not what I'm saying at all. But you have to understand that that is their desire. Everything else is everything else. So when they're talking about, and I'm not sure if they talk about this fully in the clip, I'll set it up as much as possible. They were talking about basically the fall of the IDW types. So the Jordan Petersons, the Douglas Murrays, a lot of their satellite people. Douglas Murray and Dave Smith go on Joe Rogan. They have a dispute. Douglas gets into kind of almost out of nowhere, starts talking about Martyr Made at his analysis and talks about Israel and Ukraine and says that Dave Smith's not an expert and how dare he talk about these things and yada, yada, yada. I'm sure you've heard about it if you haven't seen it yet. So, but then the response, and then of course the next few guests on Rogan are all coming on and kind of defending Murray and yada yada, and how the Jews and Israel and don't even look the other way, and what is a genocide anyways, and what are we even talking about, right? A little bit of this, a little bit of that. So that's the setup, and I think we should play a little bit of this. Oh, I should actually put it on the screen, shouldn't I? Huh. Professional podcasting. Here we go. Professional live streaming. So here's a little bit of this, and I think it highlights what I was saying about desires, and we'll talk a bit more about that, and then we'll get into the AA versus Sargon stuff. Versus.
Most flying colors is Joe Rogan, which is very interesting in a way because you could certainly argue in some ways he was like the least intellectual of the crowd. I mean, not it depends. Like if you're counting Dave Rubin, then no. But like compared to Jordan Peterson or Brett Weinstein or something, these are college professors. But he really was the one who, throughout all of these stress tests, passed with his principles still intact. Like he's still the one who wants to have these interesting conversations. He's still the one who's like, no, I'm not going to allow you to draw these arbitrary lines of what's out of bounds and what's not. I can decide for myself if I think someone's an interesting, good faith person, and we could talk about this stuff. I do agree with you that I think Brett Weinstein has done a really solid job. But, there's been these stress tests over the years. And this is really, I think, what's happened since the period in that where the intellectual dark web term first got coined. This is what stress tests do, is you find out what's really going on. Like you might think a building's in pretty good shape, but then you have a stress test and you go, oh, okay, there's actually some issues here. And the rise of Donald Trump was a big one. COVID was a huge one. And now the war in Israel, this is another, or the war, whatever, the destruction of Gaza, whatever you want to call it, this is another huge one. And you kind of see one by one so many, like Sam Harris is Mr. Rationality and, devoted to logical reasoning, and then Trump comes along, he's out. He's no longer doing that. It's purely emotional. Ben Shapiro is facts don't care about your feelings till Israel's involved. Now feelings are a pretty big deal. It's like you see this happen with so many of them, and it's hard, like, again, I think you'd probably agree with me on this. I think the new atheist thing, so like that sliver of it, the Sam Harris wing, I think they failed as a result of empiricism. I just think that, like, we kind of ran that experiment, and then people saw the result of it, and then they went, well, this is disaster, and so then they started re-questioning the foundation, and then you realize it was actually, there was a lot of holes in this, and then I think that essentially what ended up happening was that, and it's an interesting dynamic, right? Like, it's kind of like it happened to the social justice warriors first, and then it happened to the anti-social justice warriors. So the first thing that happened was that these, by their very nature, these universities are such bubbles. I mean, they just exist out. People literally say you go to college and then you go to the real world. Like, we even conceptually think of it as like not part of the actual world. It's right. This other thing. It's not a market phenomenon. They'd all go belly up tomorrow. Everybody knows that. If they didn't get subsidies, if the loans weren't guaranteed by the government, it's a totally artificial creation in that sense. There's not real demand or real value being added. Professors get tenure. They're surrounded by like-minded people. They never have to battle with their ideas. They never have to battle in any type of marketplace like the way me and you do, the way that, like, our audience could go away tomorrow. People can just stop watching. We have to keep saying something compelling that makes sense to them in order to get them to keep tuning in. And so you had this environment where the only way that some of these ideas could have taken hold is that they never face pushback. And so then enter Ben Shapiro, enter Jordan Peterson, enter these guys. They can just destroy these kids. But then over the years, their battle was destroying 19-year-olds who think gender doesn't exist. So like you said, it's not even like we needed Pat Buchanan or Francis or someone like that. Anybody should be able to destroy these arguments. And then there was almost this tremendous atrophy that built up, where, like, it's like if you were sparring for a big fight and you're just fighting a 3-year-old every day. It's like, you're not really getting better now, are you, dude? It's like, so it's like, I think that's part of the dynamic too.
I'm muted. Turn your mic on. Turn your mic on, Jason. What are you doing? Muted. I hear you. Okay. A few interesting things that he brought up here. Let me backtrack. A few interesting things that Dave brought up here, especially about he brings up empiricism, especially around the new atheist crowd. Start again. Well, here I am. I'm trying my best, folks. Is this thing on? Is this okay? How's the sound, by the way? I think I fixed the sound problem, so that's exciting. He brings up empiricism. This is all part and parcel of the liberal frame. Empiricism, nominalism, materialism. You get it. You get it with the liberal frame. The liberalism substantiates these things. They substantiates it in a political package that can be disseminated and marketed and put out in the world, as Dugan has once famously said. You can be anything you want as long as it's liberal. It's not personal. It's just what it is. So, my speakers are max, but your earthly tones are a bit bassy. Well, I can't really fix bass. I am bass. I can only do what my bass can do. So, sorry, speakers. So it's interesting. He's trying to make that distinction that somehow the empiricism only belongs to the new atheist and doesn't belong to anything else, which is nonsense. It's why libertarianism and libertarianism arguments always fail by their on their own criteria. They fall victim to their own canards here, and so it's interesting that he brings that up. But anyways, it's a bit of a blind spot for Dave, but it is what it is. The other thing he brings up here, of course, is he says that your audience can go away tomorrow. You always have to say something compelling, and there you go, right? There is your desire. And again, I'm not saying that it's wrong or it's bad that Dave wants to be a media guy, that this is how he makes his money. He's being very successful in this moment. He's having his moment. This is his moment. This is probably the moment where Dave catapults and becomes really kind of almost mainstream, which is great for him. And I wouldn't take that away from him. At the same time, that becomes the desire. When the desire is to say compelling, new, interesting things to attract an audience, you might think, well, that means he can just say whatever he wants. Well, no, because you still have to, you get framed in by your audience. And this becomes part of the problem. Because now you got tunnel vision. You're only going to say things that you know are going to keep you in the conversation. This is the problem with the IDW types. They put blinders on. They start to exclude other information or other ideas or other personalities. They don't look at the dangerous right-wing, crazy people. They won't have on someone who's an anon. Oh, no, right? That's the litmus test for a lot of these people. Jordan Peterson, please, they're demons, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So he's not listening to those people. So automatically now you're in a tunnel. And the tunnel is very profitable until it stops becoming profitable, until the information changes, people's desires change, people want something different. But you made your money and you made your career and you made your whole brand on this kind of package. So then you begin to gatekeep the package, which is what's happening with the Douglas Murrays and all the rest of it. Douglas Murray made his money by being anti-woke, anti-Islamic, in Britain, right? Being very unapologetically pro-Zionism, which is whatever. Many such cases. But those are things that are coming under attack now. So he's not just doing it on a principled level of saying, no, we can't look at this and this is evil and dangerous and wrong. No. He's doing it also to make sure that he maintains his market share. Right? And there's the problem. Hang on, I just want to get let's get a invite link sent to Matthew. I know Matthew's still doing his show, but we might have Matthew Erickson joining us later on. And I'm sending out the invite to at least one other person. We shall see. We'll do a call-in availability as well later on. So we'll see who wants to jump on and talk or debate me. You can debate me, bro. Don't like what I'm saying. So, volume up a little bit. How's that? I can speak louder. Let me know if that sounds better for you. Chat. How's that going for you? Perfect. Good. I also can't compete with your headphones or speakers. Maybe they're good, maybe they're not so good. I don't know, right? But I do my best. I speak my loudest into the mic. Here's the mic. I'm talking into the mic. Here we go. I talk nice and loud. All right. So, let's do this. You let me know, chat, what you want. Tell me what you want. I give you what you want. I'm here to help you. What would you like to start with? Would you like to start with the academic agent, where he calls me out by name, which is the reason why I'm doing all this, by the way. If he hadn't called me out by name, I wouldn't be mentioning them, and we wouldn't be doing this. But since he called me out by name, and, you know, because of that, did hurt my channel, did hurt, did some damage, which is fine. I was kind of expecting it, and I don't care. But so he did that, and so I think this is a fair response. And he had on this guy called Black Horse, Crack Horse, something horse, Canadian, sometimes games journalist person, I don't know, on to talk about the economy and say that I'm wrong and they're right. So we can start with that and then get to the Carl Benjamin clip where he's talking about sorry, let me put this up on the screen so you can have some visual representations. So we can start with this. This is the academic agent one. Or we can start with, Britain is totally screwed by Carl Benjamin and then get to the AA thing afterwards. It's up to you. I'm fine with either. I think there's plus minuses for starting with either. I think with the academic agent one, how long is it? It is only 21 minutes and 41 seconds. Start with AA. That's what I'm seeing. Okay. We can start with AA. Doop. So we'll start with the AA one. I don't know if we'll get through the whole thing. We might try to, because they do get into repo markets and all the rest of it. I can tear apart most of their argumentation. We can do some live fact checking. Be a lot of me just telling them that they're fucking stupid, but we can do that too. That'll be fun. So let's do this.
I'm here. Hello, everyone.
Just let me know how the volume's doing, by the way, as well. We can turn this up.
So, last week I had on a guest called Jason MIRONCHUK,
That's me,
who I thought was pretty informative. But towards the end of our talk, he made quite a bold prediction, which is that the global economy, the American economy, and therefore the global economy, would crash in 2025. And this led to many outrage comments to that video.
Koala Bear says, I didn't actually watch this one. I've written a book. Equals, have you even been? Have you even been? Are you an expert on these things? How dare you talk about, have you been to the bond markets? I mean, come on. He said the name. He did say the name.
Many in disbelief. And of course, during the interview, I myself was a little incredulous at the idea that the economy, the global economy, would crash next year. This is one of those cases where, it's an either or. Either this is correct and we're all going to be, eating beans next year, better prep, etc., or it is not true and the global economy is going to be just fine.
Okay, so right away we're starting with dialectic. And you know what? We'll play within his frame. That's fine. I don't mind playing in the frame, if that's what you really want to do. Create the dialectic that we're all going to either be eating beans, Mad Max world, oh my God, complete and total catastrophe, which I didn't say, by the way, but sure, we can play with that. Or everything's just going to be fine. Yeah, the market does what the market does. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Even though, people are starting to float here in Australia, there's the Labour Party, which seems to be moving, seems to be going to be a surefire win for the next election, which is crazy talk. But they're now floating unrealized gains taxes. Of course, in Canada, we didn't even talk about the Canadian election, but we'll get to that maybe next week with on Then and Now with Jim Jotras. We might have a special guest to talk about the Canadian political scene. But either way, when we do that, we'll talk about it. But I saw there was one tweet out there that's saying that the new Prime Minister, Carney, has also been floating this idea When I did a search for it, the official word is that no, Mark Carney's not talking about that at all. Mark Carney, of course, was the only non-British born citizen who was I believe the term is governor, but anyways, he was the head of the Bank of England for a period of time. The first non-British citizen who was the head of the Bank of England, stretching back almost 400 years. He then went on to become the leader of the Bank of Canada, and then started a political career. Now is the Prime Minister of Canada. Interesting times. I'll be doing more shows dedicated to digging into this Mark Carney guy. Because, if nothing else, and this is an interesting thing, is no one's really digging into this thing that he was the Bank of England. He was the the only non-British citizen who ran the Bank of England for a number of years. That seems weird, right? Like, that alone should get some attention, some questions being made. Who is this person? Exactly. Why? Why did this happen? Well, we're going to find out. Poor Canada. Well, So the idea that, and Kamala Harris, of course, in her very failed campaign, near the end of it, she started floating out this idea of unrealized gains taxes, which, by the way, I love that term, unrealized gains. It's beautiful. It's the most beautiful news speak, political speak term, really. What does that mean, really? I mean, we know what it means, but it's like everything's unrealized until it's realized. Like, how can it even be called gains? It's an oxymoron within itself. You have unrealized gains. Well, I haven't made the gains yet, yes. But if you did make the gains, then if you did extract the money, then you'd have gains. Therefore, they're unrealized, and we must tax those unrealized gains because we're predicting that you will one day want to extract those gains. I mean, which is a fair prediction, but at the same time, like, will they always be gains? If my money's in the stock market and the stock market goes kaput or has a really bad time, then those gains are no longer gains. So I've been paying taxes on money that may or may not be a gain. It's crazy, but hey, that's what they're doing. So the floating, the float out I heard, and I do think that tweet, it's down to a tweet in the Canadian tweet with that Mark Carney is thinking about going to propose an unrealized gains tax on mortgages in Canada. That's gotten poo-pooed. I checked on Grok and a few other sources digging into it. They're saying no. He's only proposing a realized gains tax, which may or may not be happening. We don't know. We'll see what happens. I think that tweet was a float. And so I'll give you an idea of how a lot of these things now work, especially in the media sphere, for those who may not know. A lot of times you see floatings. You'll see a post that seems to be incendiary, right? Pro or against or whatever that. We don't know who's making those posts, those tweets, those messages. A lot of times it can just be to see what the reaction is. They're floating an idea out there and priming you for it. So they put a thing out. They can easily say, deny it. No, hey, whoa, we didn't say that. Some weirdo on the internet said that. But, since we're talking about it, hey, right? The fact that it's happening, it's being floated out here in Australia to any degree means it's going to be floated to other people. The fact that Kamala Harris was floating this idea out tells you that there's a group of people who these people represent or who have their have their hands up someone's butt and making them talk, who's floating out this idea of unrealized gains taxes. Who are these people? Where do they come from? Why do they have interest in these things? Well, interesting question. Why, and we're getting a little ahead of ourselves here, but why is the UK raising energy taxes to such ungodly events that they're actually crashing out British businesses? And then BlackRock showing up and buying up those businesses for pennies on the pound? Why is that happening? Why is there asset exchanges happening all the time? Companies are big, giant players are coming in and buying up, scooping up as many assets as possible. Why is BlackRock buying up all this property? BlackRock, Larry Fink, it's the CEO of BlackRock is Larry Fink, famously is the guy who was pushing DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion scores and social credit scores for investors. is sitting, basically BlackRock is sitting on, billions of dollars of 401ks, retirement funds, and insurance monies. That's how they make their money. That's what they're known for, right? They don't really have a lot of assets. They're not really an asset company, but they got green light under Janet Yellen and supported by the U.S. Treasury Department to go around and buy up tons of assets. Weird. Why? Why is that happening? If your bond market and all those other things are working just fine, if the economy is just working just fine, that's a weird thing. It's just a strange occurrence. Why would they be doing these things? I'm sure AA and Crack Horse here have got, great answers to it. Let's find out.
Now, I will just say that I expect Trump to actually turbocharge the American economy. One of the things that he did do the first time he was the president, he did a lot of deregulations, tax cuts, and these sorts of things are the sort of things that get the economy rocking and rolling. And he's got Vivek and Elon Musk promising to make the government more efficient, et cetera, et cetera. So I expect the Trump economy to be a good economy, and actually for America to go up again, as they did in Trump's America pre-COVID. Obviously, the pandemic, caused a problem there. But
this is part of the problem when you're coming at this with the idea that the American empire is run out of America. When you have that line of thinking, then you can think that no matter what America does good things for the economy. Therefore, the global economy will do good by proxy because America, global empire, right? Except that, under my premise, and again, this is Tom Luongo, other Stormy Waters, many others who are saying this, Alex Trainer, the American empire is not run by Americans. It's run by another group. Out of London, by the way. Funny enough. Has been the power group for thousands of years. Really, since the Romans. Set up to be that. As an outpost, an economic outpost. And has grown into this thing. By the way, that's where the international bond market is. That's where it's headquartered. Because, again, America is not, even if you think America is the global leader of the global empire, well, the entire bond market is not situated in America. America by the way, got control over its actual dollar currency just this year in March, in the end of March of 2025, when they moved from LIBOR to SOFR. LIBOR was the old system. LIBOR was a system that allowed legacy banks, European banks in England, in the UK, to set currency prices for America and others, but primarily America, because it's reserve currency, by the way. So whatever value America is at dictates what the value of all other currencies will more or less be. And America didn't have control over its own currency rates until it moved to SOFR, and it started doing that over the last few years under the tutelage of the Federal Reserve, and they moved from LIBOR to SOFR, which is a much more transparent system, allegedly. But it basically means that America now actually gets to control its currency rates. Huh. Weird. Interesting. That was one of the first data points that I heard from Stormy Waters and then Tom Luongo that I chased down that made me go, ping. Hey, that means things aren't what we've been told they are. Why would the global American empire not have control over its own currency? Why wouldn't it have sorted that out post 1945? Because it's never had it, by the way. Let that sink in. For the entire time America has been a country, it's never had control over its own currency rate. It's always been under the control of another group. Weird. Strange. Huh. Why would that be happening? Here's the other data point that gets you. Post 1945, Marshall Plan comes into effect. Basically a system that, this is what sets up the IMF and many other of these entities. The idea behind it was that Europe and many other places have been destroyed after World War II and need to be rebuilt. They need money to rebuild. They don't have this money. This is part of the problem they experienced after World War I. Japan's in tatters, Germany's blown up, Dresden, all this thing. They all have to be rebuilt. Where's the money coming from? Well, they had to set up a printing system. So suddenly the USD becomes the reserve currency of the world. And they allow banks to essentially print out USD without tethering it to those crazy little treasuries. So the classic example, and you extend that experiment out 60 odd years, 80 years. And now what you have is a situation where under globalization, because the idea is to always be expanding these markets. Well, now a guy in Bangladesh can show up to his HSBC and go, I would like $100 million, please, because I would like to import and export rice. And they go, no problem. We'll check your credentials. It all checks out. Here you go. Here's $100 million. Now, you can have those $100 million in two different currencies under two different rates. You can accept it under Bangladeshi bucks, which comes at a higher rate because, Bangladesh, bit of a currency risk. Or you can take it in USD with the USD rate, which, by the way, for the last 30 years, the interest rate has always been going down. Went even further down after the 2008 financial crisis. Remember that? When Obama basically went to zero interest rates. So even your international interest rates are at smaller amounts, and they just keep going down. Well, you can say a lot of things about Bangladeshis, but that Bangladeshi guy goes, well, that number is smaller than this number, so I go with this number. So he takes that money out in USD, and they give him $100 million based in USD, and there you go. Off to the races. Which is fine, as long as the markets keep expanding. When the markets start to contract, there's a problem. Here's the other problem, and this is just basic math. If you have more of something, lots more of something, its value goes down. So USD, which is the world's reserve currency, is being devalued by being printed out and given to all these different people all over the world. That's a problem, especially for people who are holding American debt. Because the idea is you buy all these treasury bonds and you're expecting those treasury bonds, 30-year yields, all the rest of it, to be worth more. It's your whole purpose of doing it. Put money in, 10-year bond at a 3% yield. At the end of 10 years, you get out more money. It's worth more. But if the currency is worth less, then your investment is worth nothing. So now we have a situation where we have quadrillions of dollars in the bond market, right? And derivatives markets held up with only a few $1 trillion in assets. Would kind of explain why all these countries and all these organizations are going asset mad and trying to buy up as many assets as possible and even maybe driving down the price of those assets so they can buy it on the cheap. Just saying. Possible. Julio says, someone says Julio's going to call into debate. Oh, he's more than welcome. And Julio pipes up, says, I'm not going to lie, I love this conspiracy talk, and it's totally plausible. Well, we'll get to how it's not just plausible, it's happening, but we'll get to that.
If I understand Jason's position correctly, it's based on a kind of more established analysis that goes around. This is much more based on macroeconomic and long-running structural problems in the financial system, and specifically the issue of negative bond yields. something I've talked about on the channel many years ago when I did a lot more economics. Well, anyway, just so happens that one of my buddies who made a video a few weeks back as well, the Black Horse, financial expert, studies the markets, does it for a living.
Oh, we got an expert on the panel, folks. Studies the markets, whose whole job, it's perfect. He's setting it up for us. Whose whole job, of course, is studying markets, and I would assume giving people advice on where to invest and all the rest of it. So this kind of news would be horrible for those people, the Craners of the world. Because what I'm predicting, and again, I'm predicting, I'm giving voice to these predictions, okay? And I'm not trying to be coy about this, but it's like when I make I say I predict, and people go, "Oh, you're taking credit for other people's work." So I go, "Here's other people's work," and they go, "Oh, whatever." Anyway, so I try to keep everyone happy. It's impossible. But this prediction puts people like Crack Horse here in some pretty dire straits, because they're if you're only concerned about the line go up and where to put your money to make sure line go up, well, this screws everything up, because line's not just not going to go up anymore. Line's not going to be a line. Oops. Kind of a big deal. And here's the other point. Even if I'm wrong and this thing doesn't happen this month or this year or in the next 10 years, here's the problem. What I just outlined in terms of devaluation of the dollar, yeah, so line going up, you can make the line go up for the next 100 years, but the line is worthless. Line just go up. It's not even worth, you wouldn't even be able to buy the marker to make the line go up anymore. There's your problem. I'm sure they'll address it.
I wanted to take a closer look at this claim that the world economy is about to crash next year. And surprise, surprise, he does not think that that is going to happen. So for the rest of this video, I'm going to hand it over to Black Horse. You're in very able hands here. He knows his stuff. I will just mention I do have my sale going on at the moment. I won't torture you with yet another Jordan Peterson clip, but it's promo code Mary.
Online right suggesting that the United States faces an imminent economic collapse as a result of an organic event in the credit markets. In this video, we will review this thesis and assess its merits and demerits. This thesis...
by the way, Tom Luongo is not part of the online right, by the way. I wouldn't consider him, well, maybe he would consider himself that. You'd have to ask Tom. But Tom's a libertarian. I still believe libertarian, at least in many ways. Not, I think Tom would even to say he's no longer a social libertarian, but he is still an economic libertarian. So take that for what you will. But it's not just so. This just give you a little background. Someone asked me why I call him Crack Horse. I don't know what this guy's name is. Dark Horse, Black Horse, Crack Horse, something horse, right? Crazy Horse, something horse. He took a particular dislike towards me and Stormy. And called me out, and well, he tried to attack Stormy, and I defended Stormy, and then he called me out. Okay, so that's the background here, a little bit of behind the curtain shit. So I wasn't surprised, by the way, when this happened, because I'm like, aha, well, this guy's got an axe to grind. I don't know why, but he does, and he never reached out to me about anything. Same thing with AA, by the way. Typically how you would handle this correctly is you'd have both of us on, or reach out to me and ask for commentary or ask for anything else. That never happened. Had me on the week before, and then week after he has this guy on doing his little PowerPoint presentation. So, automatically the argument doesn't even deal with the argument that I present in Tales of the Shadow Empire, and that I've detailed here on the show and many other times. The argument components he's saying are one, there are several debt markets under stress in the U.S. due to rising interest rates. That's not true. I don't talk about rising interest rates as being a stressor for these debt markets. In fact, I don't think interest rates have any real indication to the stress putting on the bond market. If you had zero interest rates, you'd still have the same problem of the offshore dollar crisis, which we're constantly seeing. Again, you don't believe me? Go check out the British gilt system and how it went under a major collapse 3 times in the last 20 years. And that was when interest rates were going down. Because of a 1% interest rate in 2018, I can pull it up. I believe it's 2018. In 2018 or 2021 was one of the two. The British gilt system, which is the British bond market, by the way, almost collapsed. It lost something like $2.5 trillion in a weekend because interest rates on their retirement funds went up 1%. A 1% rise in their retirement fund market spurned over a $2.5 trillion liquidation that they had to bail out, by the way. Oops. So we're not talking like major interest rates and changes. We're talking like a half percentile can shave off billions, if not trillions of dollars. And that's what we're about to start seeing now. Okay, so there's point one. So this is not, again, I don't know what he's talking about. Number two, there are acute indicators that this system is going to break imminently. Well, there are many indicators, such as the 2008 financial crisis, such as the lockdowns in COVID, such as no one's talking about the trillions of dollars that got funneled out of the U.S. specifically into the offshore dollar market during the long flu season. That never gets discussed, never gets brought up by many different people. Maybe he does here. Well, we're going to find out. Number three, USG doesn't have control of interest rates and therefore cannot intervene effectively. The U.S. government doesn't have control of interest rates and therefore cannot intervene effectively. Well, this was actually kind of true. The U.S. government, up until March of this year, 2025, this was made, I believe, in December 2024, right? The U.S. government didn't have full control over its currency rates until March of 2025. In terms of interest rates, the Fed can raise and lower interest rates, which it can do, and which it did do, right? Raised it quite a bit to stem off people from printing out more and more money, devaluing the dollar more and more, right? So they do have some control over their interest rates, but they didn't have control over is their currency rates. That's changed, and that's a major point. And number four, the global economic system will imminently collapse. Well, yeah, and if people don't like the word collapse, other people like crisis, other people like whatever word you like. Well, I like the word collapse because other people use it. It's not just my term. I didn't come up with it. Other people use it all the time. And when we get to Carl Benjamin talking about it, that's what the British newspapers are using. And that's why I use the word specifically, because I knew media speak is going to use the word collapse. So, take a drag. Okay. Does he not mention the bond market? I think he does. I haven't watched this in a while, so.
This springs from 3 premises and has a conclusion associated with those 3 premises. The first of the premises is that...
Again, I have not made any of these premises, so I don't know who he's talking about. Again, and the reason why I got upset about the whole thing is they're putting my name to this PowerPoint presentation, which is addressing things that I don't say. And I don't believe my guests say at all. So I think what I heard is he's basing this off something that Zero Hedge says. I don't use Zero Hedge as a major source. Sometimes they say things that are accurate. Sometimes they don't. They actually make my ass itch because they tend to go for clickbaity titles and they get a lot of things inaccurate, or they lean towards a certain narrative, which is not my thing. So I don't use Zero Hedge as a major source for anything. Never have, never will. You can go through all my litany of everything I've talked about for the last almost a year now, and you can see that that's true. So again, why do I call him Crack Horse? Because I think he's smoking crack. He's talking about someone who is not me, and addressing arguments that I don't make.
There are several debt markets under severe stress in the U.S. due to rising interest rates, and in some formulations of this argument, that those rising interest rates have underlying causes. Second, that there are indicators that this stress is acute and is likely.
How old is this guy, anyways? He sounds like a 12-year-old twerp, doesn't he? Is this some like 22-year-old kid who had an econ course and is now trying to school me on journalism? Like, what the frick is? Oh, he's an expert. Oh, well, he's an expert. Well, gosh, here we go. Well, let's just sit down and shut up and listen to our betters here.
To break imminently in several formulations, imminently as in the winter of 2025. Third, that the U.S. government, inclusive of the Federal Reserve, does not have control over interest rates and therefore cannot intervene effectively in order to assuage the crisis. And the result of these three premises is that the global economic system, as we presently understand it, will break down as a result of this set of events. The first premise, that there are several debt markets under stress in the U.S., is definitely true. The second premise, that there's indications that that stress is acute and likely to break imminently, is questionable. We'll review that. The third premise, that the U.S. government, inclusive of the Federal Reserve, does not have control of interest rates and therefore cannot intervene to prevent this event from getting away from them, is definitely not true.
Again, never made that argument, so I don't know who he's talking about. And in terms of interest rates affecting the bond market, well, you can't really do much about that. Again, trillions and trillions of dollars, quadrillions of dollars in the bond market and derivatives market. So what they've done effectively is, if you can think of these governments and these entities as placing bets, right? So you have all this money, and now they start placing bets on there being returns on those investments. They're unrealized gains, right? They're unrealized bond market gains. And this works under globalism, because you keep expanding markets out and out and out to all the places and all in the world. Unfortunately, what they didn't understand is you can expand the markets to every single place on the planet and maybe off planet, but you're not deepening the markets. You're just spreading them around. How many rice importers and exporters can the world withstand? We found out not as many as you think. You can employ the entire world, but that doesn't mean that you're actually generating deeper and more rich and more vibrant and more healthy markets. America has the deepest markets in the world. What does that mean? It means it creates markets. It creates the desire for the market. We'll take the entertainment market for a second, right? Hollywood, media in general. Everywhere in the world has some. Ask yourself this. If Hollywood didn't exist, never existed, right? And nothing like it ever existed, do you think you'd have an international movie market the way that you do now? My premise is you wouldn't. America creates the desire for that market. American movies sell everywhere. China buys them. They want to watch the Marvel movies. Why? Because it's an American product. Well, yeah, they're fun. They're flashy, but China could do that. No, there's a desire for it. America's number one export, as Matt Erickson and I detailed, are markets themselves. The idea and the desire for the market. Everyone copies them. If you didn't have American markets, and let's say just movies, you'd have domestic products, which are fine, I'm sure. But Bollywood can't be exported outside of Indian, diverse Indian cultures. They don't sell anywhere else except to Indians. Why? Because it's Bollywood and no one gives a crap about Bollywood unless you're watching it ironically. It's been around for a while. They don't care. Everyone talks about, oh, Hong Kong. I've been hearing about the Hong Kong Asian movie market for 30 odd years. Even longer. It was started under Bruce Lee for crying out loud. Jiminy Crickety. Never materialized. It's never become a thing. Really hasn't. Sometimes they win an Academy Award occasionally. Isn't that nice? And Squid Game and all the rest of it, sure. Not dominating the market. No depth. They're just producing things. They're making the things. There's no desire, but they can't produce the desire for the thing. China can create, okay, so American markets create a smartphone, right? Steve Jobs, all the rest of it, creates a smartphone, creates a desire for this thing. Now, China can reproduce it. China can even come up with their own version of it. Maybe they can even make a better one. Cool, awesome. But without Americans making this thing desirable, it doesn't exist. That's the depth of the market. The American technological market is massive. Because at any time, at any place that they want to, they can create the desire for that thing. AI is a new one. Other countries can make AI. I'm sure they can. I'm sure China can make a great one. Can they make people want it? No. They don't know how to do that. It's not in them. Primal frame, civil frame, whatever you want to, however you want to define it. Expanding markets around the world allowed for the bond market to reach this critical point. But because none of the markets got any depth, guess what? There's nothing else being produced. It's just money being printed to make businesses that just do nothing. They just exist. They employ people. Yay. You get, somewhat cheaper guacamole or something. I don't know. Who cares? Doesn't matter. Okay. That's the problem. No meaning in this. So I don't care what the stock market says. I don't care what the line says. I don't care what GDP says. Doesn't matter. If it's not if there's no value in it, you're just assuming value. Line go up, good. More of it. More of it must mean good things, right? Abundance. Now again, I'm no econ major. I'm no expert, but with money is one of those things where you have more of it and it's less valuable. Oops. Unless it's producing value. That's the depths of the market. Is it producing value? Is it making the investment even more valuable and more attractive? Yes or no? Want to play your little dialectic games? Here's a yes or no. No? Oh, well, shoot. Oops. What do you do then? Well, you collapse.
And therefore the conclusion that there's likely to be a systemic economic collapse involving no unknown events in the next year is not correct. So in order to start looking at these premises, let's have a look at the US debt markets in order to figure out where we should start our analysis. So this is a view of debt issuance in the United States over the last 23 years. You can see it's broken down by types of securities. So the largest debt market in the United States by some measure is the Treasury securities market combined with the federal agency securities market. These are two different buckets worth of direct debt of the US government. The next largest market over time is the mortgage-backed security market. It's a bit lumpy because refinancing of mortgages tends to concentrate in periods where interest rates go down. And so you can see there's a big lump in that market in the period between 2020 and 2021, and a little bit less activity in the period 2022, 2023. So,
Okay, so right here, so he's talking about the bond market. That's good. At least we're in the bond market conversation. And he's looking at the U.S. bond market. Okay, and here it is, right? Here's your number. You calculate all those things. You get this number, right? Perfectly fine. What we're not talking about here, of course, is the derivatives market that also plays off this bond market. Derivative market, I don't know if, let's see if he gets to it, was first the first time people heard about this was in 2008. Remember that thing that happened on a global scale that collapsed the Greek economy and a few others? Yeah, that thing. Oh, a weird little hiccup. Yeah, no one's talking about that. So the derivative market didn't go away. Should have, right? You think they would have learned their lesson. They didn't. They kept doing it. And, okay, but let's just deal with these numbers. So this is the U.S. bond market. What do you think the U.K. bond market's at? We can check. What do you think the French bond market is? What do you think just the general EU bond market's at? Chinese, all the rest of it. U.S. is the world's reserve currency. It's the currency that all these other currencies are backed up by. So when you look at the UK bond market, the official number, we can do that right now if you want. Let's do that right now. What's the UK total bond market worth 2025? UK bonds make a volatile start to 2025. Let's see if we can actually get some numbers, though. Are UK government bonds attractive right now? Short answer, no. So this is the gilt, by the way. These gilt, if you're doing investigations into this, the UK bond market is called the UK gilt system, or gilt index. Let's see if we can get an actual number here. I'm seeing around 10 billion. Well, that might be a buffer. We can find the exact number, but let's just go with that, okay? Let's go with 10 billion pounds, which is roughly around $20 billion. That's a buffer system, though. Let's see if we can get... UK Chancellor calls bond market. Let's just read this. Because the UK system is really in major problems. We'll get to that when we talk to about Sargon here. I'll just read it aloud. 2 months later, March's spring statement saw the Chancellor under pressure to justify the spending plans of a government only in power since July 2024. Anxiety over the size of the fiscal headroom, the buffer a government builds between spending needs and money brought in, was allayed. Government budgets would balance by 2029, 2030. Oh, geez, that's nice. To the tune of nearly 10 billion pounds. The next general election needs to be held by August 15th, 2029, so the timing is perhaps not a coincidence. While that 10 billion pounds buffer is reassuring to the markets, some fund managers says this could have been higher. 10 billion headroom is arguably not enough headroom compared to a planned 1.5 trillion pounds of spending and uncertainties ahead. The historical average has been closer to 30 billion, but recent governments have run it tighter. 20. Okay, so let's see if we can ask Rock here. We'll try to get an exact number so we can just play in the same game here. What is the current UK bond market valued at? Question. Rock me, baby. Okay. There we go. So this is an interesting number. Again, we can go and try to fact check every little tiny thing this guy's talking about, right? But he's saying the bond market value is in America is 8.26 odd $billion, so around $8 billion, which I think is actually a low number, but we'll play with his numbers, right? In the UK, we'll read from this. This is from Grok. The exact valuation of the entire UK bond market in 2025 is not explicitly stated in available data, as it fluctuates daily depending on outstanding bonds, yields, and market conditions. However, I can provide context to estimate its scope. The UK bond market primarily consists of government bonds, gilts, and corporate bonds as of recent data. So UK gilts. The UK Debt Department Office, DMC, manages gilt insurance. The total outstanding nominal value of gilts was approximately $2.48 trillion as of March 2024, according to DMO's annual report. This figure may have increased slightly in 2025 due to new insurance to cover financial deficits. So we know that there's more spending coming along the way. With the DMO forecasting $277.7 billion in gross gilt insurance for 2024-2025. Gilt market value depends on yields, which have been volatile. The 10-year gilt yields at 4.45% on April 30th, 2025. Higher yields, lower bond prices, so the market value may be close to or slightly below the nominal rate, roughly, ready for this? 2.4 to 2.5 trillion pounds. Now, that's just the bond market. We're not talking about the derivatives market that goes on top of that. So when I say things like the international bond market, when you take on all these different bond markets, you combine them together and you see what the number is, it gets into like the quadrillions. Number too big to worry about. Let's put it that way. Or, number too big to factor in, don't worry about it. It's big. Not enough assets to cover it, so Meshuggah number, okay? So the UK bond market, so we see another number here, 2.7 to 2.9 trillion in 2025. So now you're saying that the US bond market somehow is much smaller, which I find very interesting. Let's just do that little fact check. We'll ask the same question. What is the current U.S. bond market value at? Valued at. Again from Grok. The U.S. bond market is vast, encompassing treasury securities, corporate bonds, municipal bonds, and other fixed income instruments. Its total variation fluctuates daily based on outstanding insurance yields and market conditions. Below is an estimate based on available data as of May 2025. U.S. Treasury securities. The U.S. Treasury market is the largest segment. As of April 2025, the total outstanding marketable Treasury debts, bills, notes, bonds, tips, etc., was approximately, get ready for this, $2.87 trillion, according to the U.S. Department of the Treasury in recent analysis. The market value may differ slightly due to yield fluctuations, e.g., the 10-year Treasury yields at 4.19% on May 1st, 2025, but it's roughly in this range. Corporate bonds. The U.S. corporate bond market, including investment grade and high yield bonds, is estimated around $10 to $12 trillion. In outstanding value, the Bloomberg U.S. Corporate High Yield Bond Index and investment grade indices suggest a combined market size in this range, although precise 2025 figures are not explicitly stated. Municipal bonds. The municipal bond market is valued at approximately $4 trillion, based on data from the Municipal Securities Rulemaking Board, MSRB, and industry reports up to 2024, with minor growth expected in 2025. Other fixed income securities. This includes mortgage-based securities, MBS, asset-based securities, ABS, and agency bonds. The MBS market, primarily agency-backed, e.g. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, is roughly $8 to $9 trillion, while ABS and other securities add another $2.3 trillion. Total estimate. And in these segments, the U.S. bond market is likely valued at approximately 53 to 56 trillion in 2025. Well, that's weird. He's saying it's 8.268 billion. Now, he's an expert, so I mean, whatever. These are expert numbers. I'm just a knuckle dragger, man. I don't know what I'm talking about. Whoa, crazy, whoa, right? Crazy times. But Grok seems to say that it's more in the trillion range. It's 53 to 56 trillion. Weird. Oh, and it said that the UK bond market, is what did we say here? Total combined market value of 2.7 to 2.9 trillion pounds, which is, less than the U.S. bond market by a serious amount, but it's still into the trillions. Interesting. Weird. Wild. Wacky. Let's hear what the experts have to say.
Because these are the two largest pieces of the U.S. debt market, and maybe the two most difficult pieces of it to manage, those are the two markets that we're going to focus on for the purposes of this video. But if we had unlimited time, we could extend the analysis out to other parts of the market.
I got time.
The first market to look at here is the U.S. Treasury market. So at first blush, this premise has some credibility. You can see that absolute levels of U.S. debt are at all-time highs and growing exponentially. I believe as I'm making this video, the U.S. is in progress of passing 30 trillion in total public debt. And you can see that the interest on this debt, the interest rate on this debt is at substantially higher levels than it has been in recent history. If we move from our chart on the right to our chart on the left, we can see that federal expenditures on interest on this debt have grown parabolically in the last couple of years. So you can see we've gone from, in 2020, something like $500 billion in spending on public debt interest to well over $1 trillion. That's an obvious indication of stress. If we were looking at the U.S. government as a corporate entity, that would be...
Again, he's making these leaps, and it's not dealing with the primary prognosis here. This isn't about your government debt. This isn't about your GDP. It's not about your federal debt or all that kind of stuff, and your budgetary. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with more USD being printed around the globe and anchored to USD in one shape or another, either directly through people printing out, getting virtual dollars, virtual USD. I like to make the description. I don't have a bill money, but if you want to do this little thing at home, you can do this, right? If you have a dollar or whatever, some paper currency, pull out your wallet, hold it in your hand, and you go, well, look, there's currency, right? That's the money you can take into a store and exchange for whatever you want to buy. Currency. We understand it as that. Here's what also currency is. That's also currency. This is what happens when you go to a bank and go, I'd like 100 million of these, please. So I can go get my rice importer exporter business up and running. Okay. So your dollar, it's your little USD dollar or whatever currency you have, a paper dollar is currency. And this is currency. 9 out of 10 dollars in circulation in the globe right now are these. It's not like people have like a big vault with all, stacks of bills and gold coins. No, they have these. It's much easier, much weightier. They don't even have these because it's not on a whiteboard. It's just digital dollars. It's a number. It's Fugazi. It's So there are trillions, literally just trillions of these floating around the system. But they're tethered to real deal economies. They're tethered to that dollar, that little paper dollar you got. Yeah, this affects that. Oops. Inflation's. You have runaway inflation because of these. These, my friend. And these are all over the world. These are what's destroying your economy. Oops. You can't generate enough wealth. It's impossible. You can only generate so many assets. What assets are you going to build? You'd have to be building like $1 trillion businesses out of the ground all the time. It ain't going to happen. It's impossible. It doesn't happen that way. So, when your assets, your value of your assets, are don't match up to the value of your derivatives and your bond market and all the rest of it, or your investments, you got a problem.
An extremely concerning sign. So that's definitely an issue. But let's contextualize that. The U.S. government collects something like $4.5 trillion worth of taxes every year. So spending $1.1 trillion on interest on debt is, while not ideal, is not catastrophic. And you can see if you look at spending on debt interest over the history, over U.S. history going back to the 50s, you can see that we're at a local maximum. It's higher than it has been in quite a while.
Okay, so we're not talking about the same
interest on
here,
of
blah,
an
blah, blah,
imminent
blah.
collapse in this market. By the same token, if we look at the mortgage market in the U.S., we can see on the right the Case-Shiller Home Price Index. We can see that home prices are currently above trend line, with the second derivative kind of trending downward, which is, not the greatest sign. It looks a little bit like the housing bubble looked in the period sort of 2006, 2007, where you have above trend line, but a second derivative trending down. So it's not an ideal kind of picture, but we don't see signs of acute stress. We don't see prices falling. And if we move over to our chart on the left,
Julio's saying the problem is the system had not been based on assets since it became the petrodollar. You could say the asset is oil. Yeah. The asset really isn't even oil. The asset is oil pricing. That's it. How much the oil is priced at. It's not the actual oil itself. So whether it's the petrodollar or the gold dollar or the gold-based currency or USD or whatever the thing is backed on, it's the value of the thing. It doesn't matter how much of it is there. I mean, in terms of oil, right? They go to a petrodollar. Oh, King Pill and the viewers just joined. Say hello, King Pill viewers. Might mean we might have a Matthew Erickson showing up in a little bit. For all you folks, I've been punching holes in this analysis by our by Crack Horse. Who, I feel bad because he's like what, 22? Barely has hair on his dingles, on his balls. Maybe he's like Timmy Walls. He ain't got no balls. Got no beach balls, no volleyballs, no handballs, no tennis balls, no bowling balls, no bouncy balls, no ping pong balls, no goat balls or chicken balls. No, I honestly think that this Crack Horse, whatever balls you need, whatever balls you want, whatever day it is, whatever time of day it is, morning, noon, or night, this Crack Horse ain't got none. But so I feel bad. I'm punching him in the dick here. Maybe I'm doing a service though. Punching the dick so his balls will fall out. Just there you go. Get some bass in your voice, son. Come on now. You just put a filter on that. Put a Downsy filter on it. Loop it back around. So, to catch people back up, the King Pilled audience here. Well, the basic premise is this: I went on a show, talked about the coming financial crisis, collapse, as you will, coming in 2025, specifically this month. We're going to get to the proofs of that in a second. or down the road as we go through this analysis. We're going through his PowerPoint presentation saying that I'm wrong, he's right because of all these things, and doesn't address my conversation, my points, or my arguments at all. He's going off on his own thing, which I find interesting. And it's like, look, to give him a little bit of a due, he's doing market analysis on markets that he thinks matter, and they don't in the way that you think they do. Even with the U.S. mortgage real estate market. Okay, the U.S. mortgage and real estate market is an asset market. That's what it is. The problem we've been having, and this is why we're leading into this situation, is derivative speculation on these assets. These assets have to be worth more over time. If they aren't worth more over time, big giant problem. You want to know why you're not allowed to build new buildings anymore and new houses, especially, let's say, in Canada? Want to know why they've inflated lumber prices and housing prices to such a god-awful extent and are going to continue? Want to know why they're raising prices across the board in certain asset markets? Want to know why they're raising energy prices in the UK to such a disastrous degree that, and they did this experiment in Germany as well, by the way, and started deindustrializing Germany so that all of a sudden China and other actors can come in and start buying up those industries? Want to know why? Assets. They want them. If you're a UK watcher, I'm going to explain to you how utterly, totally screwed you are. And I'm sorry to be the one to do this. This is off of Alex Craner's work. Back in the summer of 2024, and go ahead, fact check me on this, in August of 2024, the Bank of England began to bail out its own bond market, the gilt market, as well as issuing Ukrainian war bonds at negative yields, coming it down people's throats. Want to know why they don't want this UK war to end? You know why it's an external threat? Because they don't have everything set up yet. So now they're trying to keep this bond market from collapsing so they don't get people in the streets doing the thing that people in the streets oftentimes do to these people. By the way. Oh, I see a guest. Who is this guest? Who do we have? We have Matthew Erickson.
Greetings.
Where are you? Where is this guest? Oh, here we go. Oh, here you go. I'm just moving you around here. Hang on a second. Let's get you at a better place. Let's move this down. There we go. Transition
Am I
over.
on?
You are on, sir. How was the astrolabe?
It was good.
Good.
It was fun. I'm here now.
You are
The
here.
party can start.
Uh-huh.
Have you punched digital dicks?
I've been punching some. I've been doing some diligence here. Basically going through AA having crack course on.
Oh, yes. Okay.
And I said, like I said, listening to his voice again. I haven't listened to this since they released it back in December of last year. And listening to his voice again, I almost feel bad because I'm like, I don't think his balls have dropped. He just sounds like a 22-year-old like econ kid who's like,
Is he young?
He sounds young. I sent you a link to the thing. I can play it, but you won't hear the audio. We're
that's right.
We're at 10:37, so we've actually been doing quite good. We're only.
Is this this is the will the global economy collapse in 2025
yes.
video?
Yeah.
Okay.
And you scoot up to around 10:37.
Okay. 10:37. Okay.
Amy says, just got an ad. I apologize, folks. In terms of ads and stuff, I've had them turned off for so long, but I've been trying to find out why YouTube just made it impossible for people to find me. So I've been kind of doing a whole bunch of stuff. I'm going to start to scale back certain measures, like taking the ads off again and stuff like that, because I thought maybe that might be contributing to the issues. So bear with. But I was just trying to get my numbers back to something that made sense, because I was getting screwed. Matthew knows the whole story. I've told Matthew this whole many lengthy phone calls going, I don't know what the heck's happened. Why is this happening? And anyways, so that's So unfortunately, you might be getting some mid things ads. Go get some. Here. I'll shuck it for YouTube. Go buy your premium subscription over on YouTube, or get an ad blocker, and sort that thing out. Watch it on Firefox with an ad blocker. It just works as well. So
I just I have admin privileges on your streams here, and I hopped in here and saw I redirected everyone after the lab to come over and jump in here, and so everyone's dropping their Trumps in the chat, and every single one of them YouTube withheld as a message for review. So YouTube doesn't
really
has identified the eggplant as a suspicious message. So perhaps over on the lab, we're posting eggplants. Yep, they're just happened again with slutty milk. So apparently we've been posting eggplants in honor of those with Trumps.
Well,
my wife did too.
I'm seeing them pop up in my chat here. Are they showing up restricted on the main chat? Because I can just see it on my side here. But
I showed all of them. It gave me the option to show or hide. So there, okay. Rand just posted 3 eggplants.
Right.
It's giving me the option to show or hide. We'll see if anybody else can see them. Because maybe I've been like, okay, we're going to post eggplants to help us with the algorithm, and maybe I've been doing the opposite.
Post goats. Goats are safe for now.
To get back to pigs.
Yeah, well, there you go. Okay, so the general premise here, of course, is went on Asia show, dropped the bomb there, laid the trap. He had on Dark Horse again, or Black Horse, Crack Horse, whatever his name is, to do his expert analysis. And of course, not deal with any of the premises that I laid out in my work. And they never contacted me and asked me any questions, so they just rolled with this. And of course, mentioned me by name at the start of the show. So, by connotation, they're trying to say that this is my argument, and they're refuting my argument, which is not my argument. But anyways, so we went through. He made a statement about the bond market price, U.S. bond market price. I just proved that by going to Grok. What else is going on? Interesting little. I don't know if you can see it. Hang on. We'll see if we can add this here. Oops. Settings. You can see my window. Interesting. Where is it? Window capture. There you go. Interesting picture. What does that remind you of? Looks like it's going to penetrate something. Anyway, so his look, Matt, you've been with me this entire time. You know exactly what I've been talking about this entire time. So let me ask you this. This is the start of his little PowerPoint presentation, by the way, which is cute. It's adorable. I love it. He's titled "The Imminent U.S. Financial Markets Collapse Thesis." He's saying that this is my thesis, which, again, you listen along and you listen. Does this sound like what Tom Luongo, Stormy Waters, myself, and others have been talking about? And yourself, too. I mean, you and Pete and others have been highlighting this, too. So please, let it not be said that I'm not sharing the accreditation around the board here. Argument components number 1, there are several debt markets under stress in the U.S. due to rising interest rates, which he said is correct. Again, that's not part of our central thesis, but sure.
Nope. Okay.
Number 2, there are acute indicators that this system is going to break imminently. He puts a big question mark on there. I think there are many acute indicators of a breakage, but again, we can get to that. I'm glad I earned a question mark. Number 3, the U.S. government doesn't have control of interest rates and therefore can't intervene effectively. Have we ever made that statement?
No, I can tell what this is like. I know what we have talked about, and I know what I can see what he's trying to say here. And this is someone who you could tell that he listened to he listened to hone his arguments to critique it. He didn't listen to actually understand what was being said. So I understand what he's getting at there. The thing that we have said, that others have said, is that essentially, roughly speaking, with the introduction of SOFR and the switch from LIBOR to SOFR, the interest rates, the American interest rates are now it's actually a secured rate that is determined based on American economic activity. So essentially, the price in dollars is a secured rate rooted in actual financial activity versus being an arbitrary unsecured rate.
Right.
Now, I mean, USG does not control interest rates, period, at all. They can influence them, they can direct them, but even that premise, USG isn't in control of interest rates. I wouldn't say the USG isn't in control of interest rates, because the notion that USG is in control of interest rates, to even posit that, shows like a lack of understanding of how what the interest rate, what the role is with the federal government with respect to interest rates.
Well, exactly, and also so the Fed can obviously influence interest rates within the American purview, right? And
yeah, influence, can't control, it can influence them.
Right.
Yeah.
It can raise and lower them to a certain degree, right? And it's going to raise and lower them to whatever degree that they want to. You know, Jerome Powell's doing his thing. That being said, we're under this premise that shouldn't affect global interest rates at all, right? Because we have currency protections. That was part of the whole premise of econ, that these things don't matter. Someone changes something over in this market, well, it doesn't change in all markets all the time. I mean, come on, that'd be crazy, right? Like, why would you have a system where if America sneezes, the entire world catches a cold? That'd be dumb. We wouldn't do that. Not since the Marshall Plan, we're smart people. We wouldn't do that. Well, apparently, that's not true. Under his own premise, this isn't true. That Americans can also raise the interest rates, and that somehow is going to prevent the crisis from happening. That's an interesting position. But anyways, we'll get to that. And then he says the global economic system will imminently collapse, and he puts a big X, saying that's not going to happen. Not going to happen, Matthew.
Well, and also, like, I don't remember anybody ever saying that the global economic system is going to imminently collapse.
Well, I did. I did say that.
Okay. I suppose. Okay, yeah. I suppose. Yeah. I don't think that the global economic system is going to imminently collapse. I don't think it's going to collapse. I think it's just going to. I suppose you could parse what collapse means.
True.
It'll definitely change. It'll change drastically, which could be perceived and experienced by some or many as a collapse.
The reason why I use collapse is the same reason I use Trump is being installed. Okay?
Right. It's provocative.
It's provocative, and also because I know how the media works. So, what do you see in the headlines now? We're going to get to Sargon talking about things, but what is right in the thumbnail of the show? Is Sargon sharing an article out of England, and what do they say? They say it's going to collapse. The British economy is close to collapse. Why are they saying that, Matthew? Well, I don't know. Maybe because they're salacious too. So whether I say it or they say it or someone says it, they're going to use that language, and I knew they're going to use that language because they're already freaking using it. And if you have one iota of media competency, you know what language they're going to use. They're not going to go, well, you know, the financial system's got a cold. It's a little bit.
It's not a game
right
of
now.
nuance.
It's gone silly Billy for a little bit. Don't worry about it though. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. Just don't worry about it. Why are they buying up all these assets? Why are they buying all this farmland? That's weird. Just ignore it. It's good. It's just a normal part of the market, Matthew. What are you even worried about? What are you worried about? This has never happened before, except in 2008 and 2018 and 2021. It's never happened before, Matthew. Crazy. Historically inaccurate. What are you even talking about? Just go to sleep.
I don't understand why. And I mean, I haven't listened to the whole episode here, so maybe the reasoning is made clear in the first 10 minutes and 37 seconds. But I don't even understand the motivation for jumping on this concept. Like, what's the why is this what the thesis that we're talking about, that we've put forth in our little corner of the internet, we've discussed at length the last year or so? Why is this something that merits reacting to, engaging with, counter signaling for one reason or the other? Like, what's the motivation behind that?
Oh, because it kicks the expert class in the dick. That's why. Look at the reaction Tom gets. I get, like, look, all the shit that I've taken right?
I'm meaning from the perspective of AA and
No,
Black Horse.
yeah, that's
these
what
guys.
I'm getting at, right?
Okay, yeah.
Because look, as I'm saying, like I took a metric ton of shit, blacklisted. Like a lot of people unfollow me, can't even like. I'm not getting invites anymore, right? To a lot of things. That's fine. I kind of knew it was going to happen, or I suspected it could happen, and it's no big deal to me. Tom Luongo takes metric. Like, if I take shit, he's taking metric, just stupendous amounts of shit. I read through his commentaries. It's like he's like, boom, right? What it does, what all this whole thesis and prognosis does, is it takes the expert class who's only talking about GDP line go up and markets this and markets that and all the rest of it, and kicks them square in the dick, and says everything that your reality is wrong. Not just you put a decimal in the wrong place, it's fundamentally functionally incorrect. It's the same thing as like when I was an atheist and then had a religious experience and then like, okay, well, my understanding of reality is wrong and I gotta reformat. Imagine you spend your entire life you've coined yourself an expert. AA sells economic courses, for Christ's sake, right? And
well, like what would have prevented him from? It's not like he would have had to have some major come to Jesus or would have been revealed as some sort of hypocritical shill or something like that. If he was like, oh wow, this is a very interesting thesis. Oh, I see. This is or just been indifferent to it. Like he by reacting to it, he just amplifies it. Like it's such a fascinating thing that there's like a Rorschach test sort of dynamic here where the fact that this became a thing to react to and be just so like, oh, can you believe these silly people are saying this thing? You would think this wouldn't even be on his radar.
Mm-hmm. Well, it wasn't until I put it on there.
Yeah.
Right.
And it stuck for some reason.
I was betting on it. That's why I say it was a trap. Okay, we're 10 something or other.
10:37.
Yeah. He's getting to LIBOR here. Again, we probably won't get to all of this just because he drones on. And the core of his positions here aren't even dealing with things we talk about in the Tales of the Shadow Empire series, which you can always go check out. And go buy your copy over on Gumroad if you want to help support the show. There's free copies.
What do you think? What do you think the odds are that he has purchased a copy?
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised. The reason why this is, there's also a personal thing here, and I've told you about this privately, and I've said this now publicly on the show. Is this crack horse guy doesn't like me? I don't know what got up his ass about me, but in a private exchange, he went after Stormy on a few things. I defended Stormy, and then he got shitty with me, and I kind of embarrassed him a little bit in his argumentation. And so when this happened, I wasn't surprised. I was like, surprised in terms of like, oh, well, that's interesting, but I'm not shocked. he's got a stick up his ass about something here. In many such cases, I piss a lot of people off, Matthew. I just sometimes I'm like, whoa, you guys are pissed off. I didn't even talk to you. What the hell did I say to you? Like I've only said good things about you. Why are you upset with me? Like what? Yeah. So
I think Fat Chipmunk is exactly right. He said the thesis that bothers them the most is that it doesn't put the responsibility for all the world's ill on America.
Ding, ding, ding. Which I also addressed is that in his opening salvo, using again my name, I said that AA's problem here is that if you're stuck in the analysis that the American global empire is run by America, then you got problems. Everything else gets skewed because then you think, well, America wouldn't have a global financial crisis because or America would just fix it. Or if there is a crisis, America's doing it on purpose. They're doing it on purpose to screw the UK and stuff like that. It's like, okay, right? Ignore everything else. Ignore the last 80 years of development. Ignore the Marshall Plan. Ignore everything else. Ignore all other factors. And just stick to the idea that America's in charge and they're screwing people because America just bad, evil, consumed with their own interests. It's like, okay. So,
it's the AQ, the American question.
The American question, exactly. Okay, we'll play a little bit of this. I gotta go. Thank God you're here. We'll press play on 3, 2, 1. I'll be right back. Oops.
Where we're looking at the delinquency rate on single-family homes, the indication that we were in a severe period of stress in this market in 2007, 2008, 2009 was the massive upward trend in delinquency rates on mortgages. We don't see that. In fact, delinquency rates on mortgage debt are near historic lows at present. Okay, so now let's talk about the premise that the US government, inclusive of the Federal Reserve, is not in control of interest rates in the US credit markets. So the core argument of this premise revolves around the idea that LIBOR, the London Interbank interest rate, is actually the key interest rate in the credit markets, and not only that LIBOR is kind of definitionally not controlled by the US government. So let's have a look at this. Well, LIBOR is an interest rate convention used very extensively in the derivatives markets that is controlled by a group of UK banks. You can see that as of 2020, something like 85–90% of interest rate swaps in the US use LIBOR as a component of their contract. Similar story in the collateralized loan market. A very large proportion of CLO obligations, circa even as late as 2022, used LIBOR as their interest rate reference convention.
Okay. Any thoughts? Initial reactions?
I was starting to fall asleep.
Right.
Um,
See why collapse and my presentation way more interesting?
yeah. Yeah, I guess kind of came in the latter half of the point that he was making on the previous thing. But the gist that I gathered from it is he's supposedly positing some data that that actually mortgage delinquencies are at an all-time low or something like that, which is so apparently like that the American housing market is just fine. I don't know. This is one of those one of those moments where I just finished doing a show where I was talking about politics in other people's countries. And I'm listening to this and I'm like, here's the non-Americans talking American stuff and trying to be authoritative, and you can just tell that they're not Americans. So they don't have the American perspective. This stuff is not completely on their radar. I suppose it's a reminder to me to maintain humility when I'm speaking about the politics and economics of the experiences of other people in other countries. That I don't want to wind up sounding like this.
Well, here's the other thing, right? We can think about apartment dwellers trying to comment on housing real estate.
Yeah.
I think that's the major problem is that, Canada is a little bit different. People actually do own homes in Canada quite a bit. But generally speaking, also, if you go downtown, if you go to most Canadian cities, most people live in apartments. And that's so their concept of owning a home and what owning a home, especially in, let's say, the American market is completely different.
Mm-hmm.
But just to give them just to go on a factual basis, this doesn't hold weight. Again, they made this in December, but in January we were already seeing delinquency rates rise in Florida, which is something that Stormy warned about in even the first episode we did together, saying you're going to start seeing collapses in the Florida market.
And there's all the COVID forbearances that are coming up here in September, I think, this year. And there's something like there's 6 figures worth. I can't remember. Someone just said it in the lab I just finished, but there's 100,000, something like that, like delinquent mortgages that are all going to be coming due again. And many of those are going to be, so they were paused because the people couldn't afford to pay them. And they've been accumulating interest, and they're going to kick back in again. And they're going to be much more expensive than they were before. So it's like Again, I'm like, what's the motivation here? Like, okay, I'm going to sit down and I'm going to pull out some charts and prove that, actually the American housing market is in great shape. Like, to what end? What's the...
Well, and again, this still doesn't directly deal with offshore dollar crisis, doesn't deal with
Right.
offshore money, doesn't deal with derivative markets, doesn't deal with. I mean, partly it does, because the real estate market is part of the derivative market, right? Because we know from 2008 that was established.
Yeah.
But it's not the only part of the derivative market. Like it's connected to globalism itself. So when you have Keir Starmer coming out and saying that globalism as we know it is done, that should ring some bells for you. That should make you go, huh? Well, if globalism as we know it is done, well, what are the markets that are tied to globalism? What happens to those? What happens to the last 30, 40 years, where globalism was the chief motivator behind raising up the third world into developing countries? Can't even say the word third world anymore. That might get demonetized on YouTube. Who knows? Right? Developing countries. The second world. All those second world countries. Yeah. What happened with that?
Emerging markets.
Yeah. Where did all the money come for that? It just showed up, Matt. Those those Indians, whew, they're magic. They just produce revenue somehow. That's great. Okay, do you want to just speed through it and run through this, because it's more of this. He goes into LIBOR rate fixing scandal, which ended LIBOR, but again, he doesn't deal with the actual meat and potatoes of it, which is like under LIBOR, America didn't have control of its own currency. He doesn't touch on that. We can get into, if we get to, hang on a second here. If you want to go to 1557, or we can get to 16, we'll get to 16 minutes.
You said 1557?
We'll go right to 16 minutes in. Federal Reserve repo intervention, because repo markets, now we're getting closer. We're getting in the ballpark, right? Again, folks, don't listen to just me and Matt. Tom Luongo and Alex Craner have done just exhaustive amounts of work on this. So if you want to get more in deep and really see how deep this rabbit hole goes, and Matt and I have both consumed probably together, I don't know, close to 1,000 hours of this stuff. Like how many podcasts have you watched in the last 6 months? Matt, I've watched quite a few. So, it's a pretty deep hole, but we're trying to condense it as much as possible. So, okay, it's a federal repo intervention, repo markets.
Of the interest rate market.
Press play.
A key element of the interest rate market in terms of likely liquidity crises is the overnight repo and reverse repo market. An element which is drawn attention to by people who make the argument for imminent collapse is the repo rate, the overnight reverse repo crisis of 2019. And they often don't mention it, but there are some issues in the market earlier on between 2014 and 2016. And probably would have been issues in 2021, 2022, if not for what we're about to discuss. So when issues were...
Hey, what happened in 2021 and 2022, Matt?
Well, the repo crisis of 2019. I need more context on this. He's like, the things they often don't mention is the repo crisis of 2019. Who doesn't mention what? I
think he's basing everything off zero hedge. Is someone made that comment a while back, and I think that checks out. And as I said, I don't use zero hedge as a source. Sometimes I'll read them, and sometimes they direct you towards other things. But zero hedge is doing their own thing, and other people have called them out. Like Tom Luongo called them out on live on the show, like the chapter we did with him. Mm-hmm. So and he's written for zero hedge, and Jim Jotras, who I have on the weekly series, has written for zero hedge, and even he has sometimes issues with them how they present certain data. So
the repo crisis of 2019 was a direct was I think the SOFR was introduced either, if Phil Gibson's in the chat, he'll correct me on the details here, but SOFR was formally introduced, I believe, in 2019, maybe it was in 2018. Well, he says right here, the repo crisis of 2019 happened because Jamie Dimon stopped accepting European bonds and commercial paper as collateral for dollar reserves and treasuries.
Right.
Does he talk about SOFR at all in here? I saw he's talking about LIBOR. Now he's talking about the repo crisis of 2019, but he's saying, well, they usually don't talk about the repo crisis of. I'm at a loss for the point that's being made here.
Right. Well, the point being made here really is to drone on using all these PowerPoint presentations to effectively tell AA's audience, it's fine. Don't worry, it's fine. These crazy people over here who are getting prominence and making a name for themselves, right, coming up out of nowhere, don't listen to them. They're idiots. They're stupid people. Don't listen to them. Listen to us. We're the experts. Look, I study the markets. This is AA saying this, that Black Horse here is a financial expert. He studies the markets. This is from AA's own lips. I'm not making shit up. So this is trust the experts.
I am not a financial expert. I am not someone you would point to as, oh, this guy studies the markets. And I'm oh dear. Yeah. Phil says SOFA was implemented at the time, but the market was not yet mature like it is now. The Fed had to step in. Yeah, the repo crisis of 2019 is directly associated with the introduction of SOFR. The Fed had to step in because SOFR had just been introduced. And as you said, the markets weren't mature in it enough. So the Fed was forced to step in then, whereas this most recent event that the Fed did not have to step in. But this is, I haven't yet heard him say SOFR, and I don't know if it's just because I've only heard a few minutes of this.
I mean, we skipped past it. There's a LIBOR rate fixing scandal, which I'm sure he gets into it. We can listen to that if you want. Because he's talking about LIBOR. If we want to go back to 1118.
Okay.
Because he talks about the dollar interest rate swap ditch LIBOR. So that might get us a bit more clarity on that.
Okay.
Ready?
Yep.
In the U.S. credit markets. So the core argument of this premise revolves around the idea that LIBOR, the London Interbank interest rate, is actually the key interest rate in the credit markets, and not only that LIBOR is kind of definitionally not controlled by the U.S. government. So let's have a look at this. Well, LIBOR is an interest rate convention used very extensively in the derivatives markets that is controlled by a group of UK banks. You can see that as of 2020, something like 85-90% of interest rate swaps in the US use LIBOR as a component of their contract. Similar story in the collateralized loan market. A very large proportion of CLO obligations, circa even as late as 2022, used LIBOR as their interest rate reference convention.
Pause. Yeah, they used it because that was pretty much the only system available. SOFR still existed before that, but it wasn't being used.
Yeah, the whole premise of this is that there was a 5-year rollout, but a little over 5-year rollout period for SOFR. So you're seeing like that. I'm waiting for him to say something here because you see on the chart, on the graph right there, you see the introduction of SOFR and the phasing out of LIBOR. So like, I don't know if he's just like, he says one word like every 3 seconds. So it's like, get to the point here.
Phil Gibson says, I'm done with this ferry. He needs the old yellow treatment.
I'm like Bueller. Come on, man. This is why I listen to everything on 2.5x.
Okay, so do you want me to do more of this, or give me?
Sure, let's go a little bit further.
Okay. Press play.
A couple of things here. First of all, it is noteworthy that LIBOR is a rapidly declining interest rate reference convention. And
Okay,
so
pause. LIBOR is a rapidly decreasing interest rate. It's just, how is it decreasing? What decreased it?
Magic.
Magic. Climate change. I blame climate change. We believe in climate change on this channel, Matthew, and this is absolute evidence thereof. Come on now.
LIBOR is decreasing because of the Earth's weakening magnetic field.
The hole in the ozone layer.
The acid rain.
What are we even talking about? White people. The existence of white people has decreased the effectiveness of LIBOR. It just decreased, and SOFR just increased. Just I don't know.
I still have yet. He hasn't yet said SOFR. Like I need to hear him say it.
Press play.
you can see in both the swap market and the CLO market, LIBOR is in the process of being replaced by a standard called SOFR, which is not set in the same way. It's not set by London banks. It's set by an index of interbank loans, primarily between the New York banks. And you can see that replacement is rapid and accelerating. Well, if we extended this chart forward, you would see LIBOR is a much less influential interest rate reference convention than it was in 2020 or 2022. Now,
okay. So he says all that to disprove our theory that LIBOR and so that America wasn't in control of its own currency before the introduction of SOFR. It was always in control of its currency, even though LIBOR, and he admits, was controlled by it's in the name.
He even describes the difference. He actually describes the features of LIBOR versus the features of SOFR, and like he says, LIBOR is a rate that is set by UK banks. And then he says SOFR is indexed to interbank loans in America. Okay, so what are the differences? What are the key differences here? Why? Perhaps this is significant. Why is SOFR suddenly replacing LIBOR? Why would you have a secured rate based on U.S. domestic market activity? Why would you move to that versus this other rate in the UK that's not based, it's not a secured rate based on domestic market activity. It's arbitrarily determined by UK banks. Why would such a transition happen, perhaps?
Maybe Black Horse doesn't need the Down syndrome filter. Maybe it's just natural. He looks like Blaster from Master Blaster in Thunderdome. If you take the helmet off, it's like Jesus.
I'm just thinking about
Obla-da, life goes on, eh, Corky? Like, fuck.
I'm just thinking about the I Heil Hitler nigga Down syndrome guy.
We're not experts, folks. Don't listen to us. We're just asking questions. Just like, our question is, what the fuck are you talking about?
Fender's Unbound says the Wikipedia page for SOFR explicitly says that SOFR came about because U.S. financial experts became aware that the U.S. was not in charge of the value of the dollar. It's not that complicated. It's literally in the Wikipedia. I've never read the Wikipedia for SOFR.
No,
that's very funny to hear.
Because I always just assumed that they would that the Wikipedia would be the font of misinformation here, but like apparently no. Black Horse is the new Wikipedia. It's good to know. You know, good. God bless him. He's a little Canadian guy out there in the wilds trying to make sense of things. Okay, so secured overnight financing data rate. We can play a bit more of that again, but I think we just kind of proven it that he's trying to disprove the theory based around LIBOR and SOFR, but then just proves the theory between LIBOR and SOFR that hey, if America's not in control of its own currency, that's weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
Why would a global American empire? You'd think like the one thing it would do is make sure its currency is controlled by the empire, right? Like,
Yeah, the imperial homeland.
right. Like, do you think Rome just exported that shit? Like, no.
Yeah.
It's cool. We'll let the Germans figure it out.
This is such a again, I've only seen a few minutes of this video, so maybe I need to go watch the whole thing, but it's kind of surreal because he's just sort of like blandly describing the aspects of the system as supposedly like a disproof.
Well, if you were following me on X or paying attention, I'll remind you of this, Matt, because I think you saw some of the dick punching I made originally, because I saw this come out and I waited a little bit, and then foolishly I did some drinking one night, and just was like, I'm gonna pick a fight,
As one does.
And I warned AA about it. Even I was like, I'm picking a fight, because I didn't pick a fight with AA. I picked a fight directly with this kid, and part of that fight, and this is what landed me into some hot water with the DR boys. And I said to him, I was like, look, I'll debate you. I'm happy to debate you on any points you bring up, because I watched this whole thing. I'm like dribbling crayon, eating bullshit. But I'm like, okay, I'll debate you, but I want you to put your real name and your real face on it. Because here's the thing, you call me out, right? You boys called me out, my face, my name, right? I put my face, my name on this. So if you want to debate it, no problem. Do the same. Put some skin in the game, motherfucker. Now, that was partly the whiskey talking, but but I think it still holds. Because this is the whole shit, right? It's like, here you are droning on your little PowerPoint presentation. You're not addressing any of my central claims. In fact, I don't know what the hell you're talking about half the time in terms of like, what's your point, right? You're not cementing it down to any of these claims. I don't know who you're attacking on here. I don't know which straw man you've come up with, but it ain't me. But you're putting my name and my face in connection to this PowerPoint presentation. So yeah, you know what, kid? Put your name and face on it then. If you're the expert that we're all supposed to pay attention to and bow down to, and you want to show how I'm an idiot and don't know what I'm talking about, no problem, right? We'll do it anytime you want. I'll call up Andrew Wilson. We'll do it on the Crucible, whatever you want to do. But I'm sure Andrew would agree with me on here. You put your name and your face on it, because that's how we know you mean business. Otherwise, I don't know what this is. Like, who are you talking to exactly?
And that doesn't mean that you're it's not counter signaling being an anonymous commentator. It's that if you're going to be an anonymous commentator, you got to recognize that there's certain things you can and can't do.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's not even being an anonymous commentator and having problems with me, right? Like, you can have problems with me. You can think you can critique me all nine hells. I'm fine with critique, but critique me. Critique my arguments, go through my data, the things I present, and come at me with my data. You want to debate my data? Go ahead. Maybe something I missed. Hey, I'm open to that too, right? I could be wrong. Sure. Whoop. Uh-oh. Got the problem going on again. We'll get Matthew back. But that's the whole problem. And I think that maybe people saw that and said that I have a problem with anons. I don't. There's Matthew again. I don't have a problem with anons. I don't have a problem with people doing whatever they need to do for whatever situation they need to do. Heck, I don't have a problem with even British people not even want to deal with this stuff because their government's gone crazy, right? Some things you can say, some things you can't. I get it, but then don't talk about it. Then take my name out your fucking mouth. Okay. So had to be said. Coming. Can you hear me there, Matthew? Can you hear? Can we hear you? Hello? Oop.
Hello?
Oh, there you are. That was weird.
I'm here.
There you're here. We hear you.
Hey, there I are.
There you are. Make sure you're here. So, do you want to do more of this?
Let's see what this Sargon one is.
I agree.
Is about.
Because I feel like we've come around. I mean, we can get into LIBOR rate fixing scandal, which hopefully he will actually talk about the reason why LIBOR got shifted to SOFR. Again, I watched this back when they released it. I don't remember all their talking points. I just remember it didn't deal with any of my salient points. Any more? Do you want to do any more of this stuff? We can get right to its conclusion. Let's do that. Go
Yeah.
to 19. What is it called up here? 1925. 1919. Sorry, 1919.
1919. Okay, I'm ready.
Phil Gibson says, "I love the mischievous sass of Jason. It speaks to a particular part of my soul." Yeah, well, you know. It's weird that people don't like me oftentimes. I don't know why that happens. I'm a delightful little person to have around at dinner parties. Because as I've said before, and I'll say it again, this is what you get, right? You see me in real life. This is me, man. Pray for my many besieged wife and child. Okay.
Look back at the premises of our argument.
Oh, sorry, press play here. So we're getting back to the premises of his argument. I'll just read it out here. Credit markets show some signs of stress. Oh, some. That's nice. There's a deep pool of evidence to show the Federal Reserve is in total control of U.S. credit markets.
Okay.
It's unclear how acute this stress is. And there's no reason to believe that an agency other than the Federal Reserve could trigger a credit market crisis in the U.S. imminently. These are his 4 points. Matthew's let it sink in. I bring Matthew on because he's a moderate.
This is like, every once in a while you have a conversation with someone and you realize partway through the conversation that you and that person are just occupying two completely separate realities. And any attempt to try to occupy the same reality is just going to reinforce the rift between yours and theirs. And so you just rip cord out. You're like, yeah, okay. I recognize the conversation's not going anywhere. This is like, that's how this is like some weird grab bag of things tangentially related to the core thesis. And then just like some non sequiturs kind of plugged in with it. I don't even know how to. It's like, if somebody presented this to me and asked for a critique of it, I would say the questions or the things that you're saying prove to me that you don't even understand the entire, like, you haven't even addressed what we're actually saying or what we're talking about. So I can't even critique you.
Well,
again, I can't critique you until we're like actually having the same conversation.
And this gets down to even just one point. There's a deep pool of evidence to show the Federal Reserve is in total control of the U.S. credit markets. Now, look, let's just say it officially. We've jumped around in this thing. We haven't listened to every single moment because I just can't. Again, as I'm not doing that again. To my audience, myself, to Matthew, to anyone listening, please go ahead, go watch the whole thing yourself on 2.5 speed and watch your brain dissolve. But eat some crayons while you're at it. They're tasty. Yellow ones taste like lemons. But again, like you said, foundational misconceptions here. And I feel that you're a post-libertarian, Matthew, so you can speak to them directly. This boogeyman of the Fed, this Fed thing being all powerful, this, you get rid of the Fed, all of a sudden all things get fixed. Now, I'm not even defending the Fed. I'm not saying the Fed is fantastic, is great, shouldn't be reformed or changed or altered in any way. But this idea that the Federal Reserve is in total control of U.S. credit markets is beyond stupid. Yeah, I can't describe how stupid that is.
It's technically wrong, and it's also kind of, it's beside the point. I don't understand the focus here on U.S. credit markets, because like part of the thesis here is not the thesis is not directly focused on U.S. credit markets. The U.S. credit markets are part of the thesis, obviously, but we're talking the global system, and in particular, the thing that I thought really kicked them off, that got them all hot and bothered about this, was you talking about the European sovereign bond crisis, and so. the reaction to European sovereign bond crisis is, well, let's look at the U.S. credit markets. And obviously, the Fed controls everything in the U.S. credit markets. So,
Well, because again, America's in control of the American global empire.
Right.
Europe is part of the American global empire. Therefore, if American markets are secure and good, therefore European markets will be secure and good. Get it? That's the only thing I can make sense of.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Because even under the premise that America is in control of this global empire and Europe's part of it, that doesn't mean that that Europe couldn't be insulated through its own inactions. Like, okay, explain Greece in 2010 then. Right. Explain the gilt market collapses that have explain. And I said this early in the show. I think it was 2021, but I can call up the exact date. I think it was 2021 or 2018, one of the two, where the gilt market lost something. The gilt market lost something that shit over $2.5 trillion in value almost overnight, because interest rates on the retirement fund handled through the Bank of England went up 1 percentage point. Right? Well, but if the Fed controls all these things, if the American Fed controls all these things, then how could that even possibly happen, Matthew? It's impossible.
And even that, even backing up, like, there's a deep pool of evidence to show the Federal Reserve is in total control of U.S. credit markets. I'm trying to reconcile all these different things together. This is such a bizarre, schizophrenic grab bag of notions. So, like, the Federal Reserve is in total control of the U.S. credit markets, which is why the Federal Reserve was forced to step in to save the repo market in 2019. Right. Like, the Fed, I don't see how you could say both, like, the Fed is this big bad boogeyman, but also the Fed stepping in to bail something out is evidence of just how all powerful and in control the Fed is. But also, Trump is going to destroy the American market by with his approach with tariffs and trying to big dick with the Chinese. But if the Fed is in total control of U.S. credit markets, then doesn't that mean that Trump has basically, like, unlimited latitude to just do whatever he wants with China? I don't see how these people put all these different thoughts together in their head at the same time.
Well, and again, we have the benefit of being in the future now. So if you followed AA's content since this presentation, he's done multiple shows of saying, like, is Trump trying to start a recession? Is how he got the tariffs wrong and all these other things. It's like, well, why would you care? Like,
right?
You just said everything's going to be fine, right?
Right. The
fine.
Fed's in total control of the U.S. credit markets. There's a little bit of stress, but it's not clear how acute that stress is. If 5 months ago there was maybe a little bit of stress, but it's not super acute, the Fed's in total control, and there's no other agency that could trigger a credit market crisis in the U.S. imminently, then, wow, it sounds like Trump has a pretty good bargaining position. He's got a ton of leverage. He's in the driver's seat here.
Yeah. No, don't worry about it. 51st state stuff. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Canada's part of the global American empire, right?
Right.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's good. It's fine. Just concentrate on wife jack. Which is exactly what these fine fuckers did.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Remember that? Yeah, wife jack. Yeah. Good for you. Do you want to listen to this guy talk about his points, or should we just move on to Sargon? How long do we have?
If he's just going to be elaborating on these things here, there's no point, because
anyways,
starting point is completely off.
People can go check it out. It's on Academic Agent's channel. Will the global economy collapse in 2025? You can watch. It's got 19,000 views, far less than mine, by the way. Mine is over. My time I was on a show was well over 20,000 now. So, just saying, crack horse. We're trying to drive some traffic over to AA, who's doing that daily content grind. Matthew knows all about it.
Oh yeah.
But at 112,000 subscribers, you'd think AA would be better than that, be past that. Weird, strange. I don't know. Yeah, you figure it out.
Fat Chipmunk says the last stream AA did on economics started with the thesis that the U.S. Fed doesn't control markets.
Oh, weird.
What a fascinating fellow. What does Sargon have to say?
Do you need to go to the toilet or anything like that before we start this? It's only 12. Good. It's only 12 minutes, so that means we got another 2 hours to go.
Yeah. 2-4 hours, somewhere in that vicinity.
Okay. So right away, from the jump, he's sharing a screen here from the Telegraph. Matthew Lynn. The UK is headed for a full-blown financial crash, and nothing can stop it now. Rachel Reeves has utterly lost control of public spending and is putting the economy in peril. Huh. Weird. Huh.
If only someone had predicted this.
If only someone had predicted this. They don't. You know what? They didn't say collapse though. They said crash.
Oh, true. Totally different.
That's on me. Egg on my face.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Someone has asked what's the AA episode on with MIRONCHUK. I think it's it's something like 5 reasons Trump was going to win the election or something along those lines. I can find it for you later. Okay, so here's Carl Benjamin, who AA has been on his show. AA was on Carl's show for the UK election, I believe, or the Trump election. I can't remember which one. But so they know each other. They're friendlies. They're from the same country. They're doing a similar analysis. Now Carl's been doing a very interesting character arc. You talked about Asmongold on your show today, and of course I've been talking about Asmongold here and there and everywhere for the last few years, saying you got to watch this kid. He's on a character arc, and it's very interesting. Carl's on a similar one where he's finally starting to have to admit that things are not looking good in his country. And unlike AA, Carl seems to be a bit more forceful about these things. Now, maybe because he's got, AA was on the DR for a while there, so he's done his, dissonant work, and Carl's just catching up, whatever. But Carl's naming some names and saying some stuff now. And it's interesting to watch, especially because I think he has even more mainstream, even a greater mainstream audience through Lotus Eaters and some of that than even AA does. But those boys are taking a hard turn right. So we can play this. I sent you the link for this as well, Matt.
Yeah, I've got it pulled up.
Okay, we'll play it now. Just looking at the chat for a second. Okay, we'll play. Ready and go.
In the Telegraph the other day, by Matthew Lynn, how the UK is heading for a full-blown financial crash and nothing can stop it now. And to be honest with you, I was reading through it thinking, yeah, this is probably correct. We're buggered. We are absolutely buggered. I'm going to read some of it for you just so you can see his argument. And I think he's right. I just don't see how he's wrong. Rachel Reeves, of course, came into office and started saying how they're going to get the economy under control. They're going to stop the excess borrowing. They're going to fill the £20 billion black hole. And then they raised £40 billion worth of taxes, pledged a bunch of money to Ukraine, various other ridiculous things. And as he points out, she's completely lost control of the public spending, as the Office of National Statistics revealed that we borrowed 15 billion more than forecast in the next financial year. And so in total, we borrowed 151.9 billion over the last year. So we can't afford this, man. We just can't afford this. 20 billion more than last year.
This is also at a time, and please, Matthew, tell me to pause and jump in anytime you want. This is also at a time of 2 major indicators that things are not looking good. I detailed this when I talked about Germany. We look at 2 things, right? The bankruptcy rate overall and the insurance markets, because those 2 things have a big tie-in. Germany has been deindustrialized. They've been deindustrializing Germany for quite some time now, and it's now pretty much all gone, right? China's now buying up the German automotive industry for pennies on the pound. Okay? That's a big deal because, that's the German economy. Oh, and by the way, the EU was at least partly designed and tethered to the German economy and the expectation of Germany being this economic powerhouse through industry. Well, that industry is now pretty much all gone. Oops. Leading to higher bankruptcy rates. That thing that was also spearheaded that is by energy costs. When you blew up Nordstrom, you finally just put the death knell on German industry because they now have to pay for higher and higher costs in energy. Talk a lot about inflation. Well, the number one way to bring down costs, and you can almost ignore inflation in general, is by reducing your energy costs, because energy costs are factored into everything. Everything. Run a computer in your company? Well, that requires energy. That's tied to energy costs. So, in England, you have a similar situation going on. Now, England doesn't even have half the industry that Germany did. Well, those industries are going bye-bye and being bought up by BlackRock for pennies on the pound again. Why? They've raised taxes on energy to something like 75%. Which is destroying the energy market, which, by the way, is then affecting all other markets connected to it. Why? Well, it drives the price down, doesn't it? So now you can buy all those assets for pennies on the pound. Why are they doing that? I'm sure the expert class will have some answers any day now. Sure, it's possible.
This goes into the trade negotiations that are happening now. One of the things that the Trump administration is going to be doing with their number one, they're not going to negotiate with the EU because they don't believe the EU is an actual legitimate organization for conducting statecraft. So they will negotiate on a country by country basis, and they will offer cheap, abundant American energy in return for and American military protection. You'll be part of the American security umbrella. And in return for that, you're going to buy long dated bonds. You're going to buy 50, 100-year bonds. And Europe's got themselves in a position where they're going to have to get their energy resources from someone. And they've shot themselves in the penis with respect to Russia, cut themselves off from that for, I don't remember who it was. They phrased it perfectly. It might've been you, said that that Germany traded cheap Russian oil for worthless Ukrainian war bonds. And
I don't think
okay, it was someone I heard say that, and I was like, that really makes it hit home when you think about it that way. So where are they going to get the energy that they need to actually be able to maintain a functioning civilization?
Oh, from Syria, because they destabilized Syria, and now Turkey's doing their sweep up in Syria. So now, essentially, Europe is going to be beholden to Turkey.
Oh, okay. So that reasonable fellow.
That makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm sure that's exactly where they want to be, at the mercy of Erdogan.
Oh, and also, I just read this from Alex Trainer today. NATO, specifically the European segment, is amassing the largest military buildup along the Russian-European border since World War II. Now that may sound so they're preparing for World War III. They're going to invade. The idea is they're going to secure Odessa and roll back the Russian state and do all the things they were hoping to get done that didn't happen with the Russian-Ukraine war. Right? Okay. Here's the problem. Right? They're massing all these people. That sounds great. Oh, terrifying. Except when you think about where's the food coming from.
I shouldn't laugh.
Hey, remember Holland? The breadbasket of Europe? And you forced all the farmers out and you bought up their farmland to buy up this assets? Yeah, what about that? Hey, you know what you need to produce food at an industrial scale in the modern world? Energy! You need fucking energy! As cheap as you can fucking get it. Hey!
And like the whole idea here is what all the European countries are just going to step in and absorb the consumption gap left by the US with respect to China. China's just going to take all of their plastic shit and just dump it on Europe, and Europe's going to buy all of it with
what?
With what?
Here's another one. They let the grain deal out of the Black Sea with Russia expire, like the gas transfer agreement they had. They let it expire. Russia warned them repeatedly before it expired in both those cases, like, hey, this is going to expire soon. It's going to take some time to renegotiate. If you want to negotiate a new deal, you're going to have to do it now. And Europe's response is like, ha ha ha, no, it's fine. So they can't even get grain from Russia. Oh, and by the way, if you declare war against Russia, even if they were supplying you with grain, they're going to stop doing that now, aren't they? Your whole plan laid out by the WEF and other fine fuckers in the Great Reset plan of 2030, right, was basically to take over Ukraine and make Ukraine the new breadbasket, which makes sense because Ukraine is a breadbasket, except that Ukraine is having this little fucking war going on right now. Excuse my French. So, again, the question becomes, where are you getting the fucking food from? China, for years, the last 5 years before all this conflict started happening, was stockpiling grain. Weirdly enough, don't pay attention to that. It's just a coincidence. They just happened to just be like, hey, let's stockpile shit tons of grain for no apparent reason. This is before even the long flu happened. Okay. Well, if you declare war on their chief buddy and partner, Russia, do you think China's going to be supplying you with grain?
This is like stepping in a bear trap and getting yourself out of it by having someone fire a cannonball at your dick.
Hey, Europe, here's a crayon. Eat it. Eat the crayons. That's what you're going to have left. You're not going to have any food. Fucking morons. Whoa, where are they going to get the arms from? The food, motherfucker. Where are they going to get the food from? Crickets? Are you going to feed them crickets? Like, what are you talking about?
They'll be begging for the plague of locusts just so they'll have something to eat.
We got a very impressive army. Oh, do you really? Oh, geez. Well, okay. Let's ignore all that for a second. Let's read the super chat for a second. Ruthuglian, thank you. $5 US. I'm about 45 minutes behind, but another aspect of AA and Black Horse response is them lumping you guys in with the OGC and equating you with QAnon. Oh, I didn't even see that part. Well, good. Yeah, we can join forces with the OGC.
Yeah, I'm happy to be lumped in with them.
Yep, those are good boys. We'll join arms and start punching some dicks. So digital dicks, of course, not real. So, okay, let's ignore all that. Let's say they magically have food. They're going to just get Snickers bars and whatever, and it's fine. Okay, so fine, food's done. The armament stuff, we'll fix that. Okay, we'll allow it. They're going to just have magic military missiles and bullets and all the other things that you need for an army that they gave to Ukraine and is now almost all kaput. Don't worry. They're going to just magically manifest those things. They were lying with the numbers, Matt. They actually have tons of stockpiles. It's going to happen. Okay. We'll allow all that. Here's the other problem they got to have. And I've said this repeatedly, and no one wanted to believe me, but this is true. And Russia right now has the most powerful military in the world, not because of its armaments and its tanks and all the rest of it, but because of its experience. You have hundreds of thousands of Russian troops, and there's more coming right up that they just activated, 160,000 more, who have direct military experience over a number of years. So everyone that didn't die is now better. This is how Russia beat Germany, by the way. They stopped having attrition numbers and started having all this experience that pushed back against the Germans. That's the standard narrative around how Russia beat Germany in World War II. Oops. So now you have a great big giant NATO army. Logistics be damned. We're allowing everything. It's magical. Okay? It's going to defy all logic. They're going to be great.
Saturday morning cartoon.
Sure, Saturday morning cartoon logic because of technology and AI and whatever. Fine. Okay. Now facing off against a battle-hardened, readied, and experienced Russian military who hasn't even hit full mobilization yet. Not counting... Oh, and by the way, you got Lindsey Graham now saying that the U.S. should impose a 500% tariff on anyone buying Russian energy. So India, Pakistan, China, the entire BRICS nations, essentially, just China alone, if they're going to deal with that as a credible threat, we'll be like, well, we have to defeat you because we kind of live off of cheap Russian energy, kind of a big part of our economy. So fuck you then. And so you're going to declare war on Russia and China? Good luck. I mean, with no, again, let's reintroduce the other aspects of it. With no food, no armaments, magic logistics, right? That Russia's proven that they can knock down your satellites and stuff like that, and screw with your, even screw with Palantir. Oh, okay. Oh, where are you going to get your drones and stuff from? You've been buying them from China, huh? Oh, that's interesting. What the hell are you talking about? Like, it's, I don't know, man.
I'm looking up how much Russian energy Egypt imports, because let me see here. I'm asking Grok.
Grok me this.
Historically, Russia has been a player in Egypt's energy imports, but not a dominant one. In 2015, Egypt signed deals with Russia's Rosneft for the supply of petroleum products and 24 LNG cargoes over 2 years for the state gas company. In 2024, Egypt was noted to be ramping up LNG imports due to declining domestic gas output, but these were sourced from various global suppliers, not exclusively Russia. Russia's energy exports to Egypt are more significant in terms of wheat and other commodities than energy. For instance, in 2023, Egypt imported $4.96 billion worth of goods from Russia, with grains and smaller amounts of fuel and mineral oils being notable. However, fuel and oils are a small fraction of Egypt's total energy needs, suggesting Russia's contribution to Egypt's energy imports is limited. They're involved in Egypt's energy sector through the El Dabaa nuclear power plant project, financed largely by a $25 billion Russian loan. This plant, still under construction, isn't yet operational. First unit expected in 2028. When operational, it will use Russian nuclear fuel, but this will be a specific import for the plant, not a broad energy import.
Well, there's an interesting thing, right? You know what one of Russia's chief exports is uranium.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Want to know why you have this anti-nuclear stance? Who's the number one provider of uranium in the world?
Mm-hmm.
Or if not number one, certainly in the top 3, top 4, top 5. I have to look at the graph. Whatever, a big one. One of the main ones. We'll put it that way. Oops. So the reason why you can't have clean, cheap, reliable energy in your countries. I just got a pamphlet down here in retard land, because there's an election coming up, and one of the pamphlets was like, "Say no to nuclear energy." It's like, what? Why? You have brownouts happening all over the fucking continent. What's wrong with you people?
Yeah, say no to nuclear energy. Say no to oil. Say no to LNG. Say no to coal. Say
right.
You must exclusively run on windmill energy.
Fucking cow farts. Like, it's beyond stupid. And again, well, you can't have that. Oh no, don't have energy independence at all. No, of course not, because you want to have fixed numbers. Why is the price of oil not changed at all? And since Yellen was Treasury Secretary, that's interesting, isn't it? None of these things make sense if you're applying the standard model. When you don't apply the standard model, things start to make a lot more sense and go, oh, well, it's part of a scheme, conspiracy. Ooh, kooky dooky. Ooh, schizo. Oh, what am I talking about? Oh, all right. Yeah. How do you survive? This is an open question to you, Matthew. Because this is something that perplexes me constantly. How people can get through the long flu period, right? And come out of there going, it's going to be fine. Nothing to see here. We shut down the world for 2 years. And no one expects there to be any hiccups? Like, it's going to just be fine? There's 2 major wars going on right now that America is associated with. Well, one major war, and what the hell is you want to talk about what's going on in Gaza? All right? Threats of a new one with Iran. Oh, look, India and Pakistan are doing some weird stuff, which I was working on a bit for it. We appreciate this. I can imagine like the Indian leader and calling up the Pakistani leader, going, "Sir, have you seen how much money they're making off this war stuff? Look at this war stuff. They're making so much money from this war stuff. We must have war. Yes, let's have war. Okay, we have war on Wednesday. I say bad thing about you, bloody, and then you say bad thing about me, bloody, and then we have war. Real war? No. Just say we have war. We just say we have war."
Throw a little shit.
We throw a little shit. Well, here are some rats. Yeah. bloody. Show boobs. You know, show boobs. We must go to war.
The only thing that'll keep him from going to war is if you send him a bunch of gift cards from Walmart.
World War Poo. Bloody. What are you? You're a very bad man. You're a very, very bad man. You Pakistani man. You're a very, very bad man too. You Indian man. What is the difference between our countries? Islam. It's like, okay. Here we go.
Shut up! I'm going to kill you.
Bloody. But what was our point? I don't know. Let's listen to Sargon.
It's interesting. It's funny to me, Sargon talking about these like massive numbers. In total, we borrowed a shocking $151.9 billion over the last 12 months. And it reminds me of just how small of a country Britain is. Mm-hmm. Just how small, like 152 billion. I'm not used to seeing the numbers that start with B's being treated as large numbers because I live in a country where this is a real country.
Your T's, sir.
We go trillions of dollars into debt.
T-bone that shit. What are you talking about? Well, the other thing too, but it wouldn't even matter even if it was millions. The GDP to debt ratio is really what you have to care about. And again, England doesn't have industry. It just has industry that it invests in. It has clerical staff.
They just shut down their last steel mill, I think. And it was purchased by a Chinese consortium like 6 years ago. Mm-hmm. And then ran for like 6 months, and they put like some billions of dollars into it, and then they just shut it down.
Well, here's the other thing too, right? If you're China, let's say, the hostile power, and you want to quicken the demise of or do damage to the American global empire, well, that's what you would kind of do, right? Buy up businesses, run them into the ground, destroy them, make sure there's no equity possible out of them. And they're allowing it. It's crazy to me. Absolute craziness to me. One, that the German automotive industry is where it's at, where it can be bought up like that. But the fact that the Chinese are moving in, they're like, yeah, sure, buy it. You're like, what are you doing? Like, you're waging war against Russia, big, evil, bad. Their best friend is a country who's buying up your businesses, by the way. What the fuck? What is wrong with you people?
And you're bending over backwards to try to draw the United States in to fight all of the wars that you're trying to stoke.
Right. To keep the bond market from collapsing.
The most sociopathic peninsula on the planet. And this is the European leadership class. The European people are just along for the ride here. This is the European leadership class is detached from reality. And I mean, there's no argument that it's easily the worst hive of scum and villainy on the planet. Virtually every bad thing in the world can be traced back to the misadventures of the current European leadership class.
Absolutely. And again, they're gonna have to contend with the idea that during lockdowns, trillions of dollars were funneled out of the United States into European prestige legacy banking families and systems. Why did that happen? Everything's fine, right? It's fine.
Oh yeah, that's the Fed controlling everything.
Oh right. Oh yeah. Oh, that's how they're controlling it. They're just going more massively into debt to bail out these other foreign banks, which you would think would be competition for the Fed. Because if people don't know, all the Fed is a consortium of major banks in America across the country. It is essentially set up because once you expanded westward, Well, you have the San Francisco Fed and the New York Fed, but you have to converse, and you didn't have the internet. You had maybe telegraph, not a great way of doing it. So you had to set up these intermediaries, so that things wouldn't so you could actually conduct business across the.
Once upon a time, they each had there was different interest rates associated with different Fed banks, because the market is different in Atlanta than it is in California, or than it is in New York or Missouri, or so the this is actually something that I think it sounds like the Fed may actually be it may be returned to that and sort of decentralized again.
Yeah,
it's funny, like the Fed, the idea of the Fed being the all-powerful boogeyman is really it's so silly. It's just so silly to think of the European, or sorry, the libertarian, this is a Freudian slip, my libertarian years, and seeing the Fed as this all-powerful worst boogeyman that controls every single thing, and then realizing that the Fed has limited tools that it can use, but for the most part, it has been kind of an appendage of the American political class, and
in the city of London,
and right, and it takes a special kind of ignorance, I think, to look at the behavior of the Fed under Jerome Powell, and especially through the higher for longer and then getting forced back down to the zero bound. It's so obvious that Jerome Powell did not want to be forced back down to the zero bound. That's why they had to work so hard to get him there.
Mm-hmm.
And so the notion that this is the Fed that's masterminding all of this stuff is just, it's special.
Phil Gibson says Dallas Fed District 9 represent, baby. Yeah, and again, just to highlight it with the whiteboard, here we go, whiteboard slug boys represent, is that the reason why you don't want to have 0 degree interest, what zero interest rates we're doing, this is as put forward by Obama, is as a part of the response to the 2008 crisis, is that it just creates more of these, way more of these, billions and trillions of these. What are these? These are nonsense dollars. they're made up dollars, but they affect the paper currency you have in your wallet. Oops. So if these can affect those, but those can't affect these, you got an imbalance. This is, if AA or anyone else listening, this is the theory. Okay? If you understand nothing else, this is it. This is your problem. When Britain prints up billions of dollars and asks for a loan, it's in these. They don't actually get gold currency, you dipshit. It's not in pounds sterling. It's a number that shows up in a computer that has to be based on something.
And then it gets used as collateral multiple times over.
Right.
Each one of those individual units on a computer screen then gets rehypothecated, and then rehypothecated, then rehypothecated, then rehypothecated, which is, each time that happens, that's effectively printing dollars. Those new rehypothecated whatever form it takes, that's effectively printing new dollars. Because now there's a debt that has to be paid, that's going to have to be paid to someone. And so somebody now has this new form of collateral that they're going to now borrow against this collateral. Whether you take that same collateral and you borrow against it a whole bunch of times, that's effectively printing currency. That's not coming from the Fed. The Fed was basically powerless against all of these offshore dollars being rehypothecated effectively infinitely, which has meant that the entire global monetary system has now been linked to the dollar system, which is the primary, the U.S. domestic economy prices everything in dollars. So you now have this gigantic millstone where the rest of the world's economies have all been plugged into the U.S. economy, but the U.S. leadership does not have the ability to actually control its own economy because it's getting tugged around by all of these massive millstones offshore.
Yeah, think of it. Like, a billion straws are all into into that USD currency, and you think of the U.S. economy as being one big giant milkshake, and you've got a bunch of straws in there, and every time everyone prints out one of these things, they're sucking the value out of the USD. Oops. So it doesn't matter how your GDP go up. Oh, we have more of these. These things are there. There's more of them, yes, but they're not valuable. It's just fucking look. It's crayons. It's fucking nothing. It's not. They don't. It's not worth anything. It's being devalued even further. This is your problem. You can't pay off your debt because the money you're trying to pay off your debt with isn't worth anything. Idiots. Yeah. And the more you print, because when Britain asks for a loan and the Bank of England prints out that money and gives it the British government, you know that money is tied to USD because it's still the reserve currency of the fucking world. Sorry, I'm getting upset about these things, but I'm past the point of being nice. I've been nice. I tried to fucking warn you, and you didn't want to listen. And now, nice little Carl Benjamin there. Like, look at this beautiful little, his nice little shirt, nicely ironed. Look at that, right? Now he's trying to figure this out, and no one's helping him out. And he's looking at these things, going, "Well, this looks bad." Like, yeah, you don't even know. Here's the other thing that they don't have to deal with. This is again Alex Trainer's work. In August of 2024, the Bank of England had to bail out its own bond market to the tune of a few billion, a few trillion. I can't remember exactly the number. Doesn't matter in the grand scheme. You know who's a guarantor on all the money that the Bank of England's printing to bail out the government and its bond market? You know who's a guarantor for all that money? The British taxpayer. Oops. So if the banks go insolvent, guess who they collect from? The British taxpayer. So you and your kids and your grandkids and who God knows how long and down the family line are now owing the Bank of England.
Debt slavery, generationally.
Go and listen to my conversation with Tom Luongo. It's here on the channel. It's free, or you can go, if you want to help support the show, go over to GUMROAD and get that channel and look at my face. And I knew what I had already listened to Tom say, but I had Tom repeat it. And look at my face when he says it. You think you understand what evil is. This shit is crazy evil. And it takes a while to let it sink in. But the Bank of England, the City of London, whatever term you want to use, has put the British taxpayer as the guarantor to all of its misadventures. So if any of this goes down, they're on the hook.
And they have no industry.
And energy prices are through the roof. And at this point, any inheritance they get from their boomer parents is going to basically just evaporate, which, by the way, I actually think was the main part of the plan. Mm-hmm. Boomers across the West are sitting on untold trillions. Real estate, life insurance, all those things. In the next 5 years, really over the next 5 to 10, but really over the next 5 years, the vast majority of boomers are going to be gone. So what's the big straw they're putting into Gen X and the subsequent generations? It's that straw. Oh, your inheritance? What inheritance? Actually, you owe us money.
Remember when Christine Lagarde talked about how they're going to mobilize the dormant savings or something like that of the European people? Which is like the greatest euphemism ever for
you're fucked.
We're just going to take money out of your bank account.
Yep. Legally, completely legally. It's already been done. By the way, it's already been done. It reminds me of that. I always like that scene from Drive. Remember, where the guy kills him. Like he grabs his arm and he slits his artery down his arm and he just holds him. And he's like, "It's okay. It's over. Don't struggle. It's fine. It's over." right? It's like, that's you, Britain.
Yeah.
And probably all over the UK, all over Europe. Similar schemes. I haven't looked at every individual thing, but I wouldn't be surprised if you're seeing something similar. Oops.
This is why it is so essential that the Trump administration be successful and successful quickly with what they're undertaking, because the United States does not have the same structural disadvantages that any of the European countries do. The United States, we can actually innovate and build and industrialize our way out of the crisis point that we're in because of the work that's already been done to get us to this point. And the European nations, their only hope is going to be attaching themselves as like barnacles onto the great ship of America. As America pulls out of this nosedive and begins to take off again, the only hope that these European countries are going to have, they're going to be begging, desperate. They're going to be outside the ark, banging on the door, let us in, let us in. Please bring us back into your orbit. Please let us leech off of your wealth. This is that. Okay. It's going to cost you. You're going to have to pay for it. You're going to pay for it in sovereignty. You have given up your claim to sovereignty by sheer retardation. You've lost the claim to be able to direct your own nations. You have to learn how to be a functional country again. America's having to learn how to be a functional country. But we've got headwinds, and we've got a lot of upward mobility that the European nations just don't have. They don't have the latitude anymore for all sorts of different structural reasons. And so they're going to depend upon the success of the United States to bail them out of the hole that they've gotten themselves into. The cost is going to be sovereignty.
Yeah, complete and total. Phil Gibson says, Jason, I shit you not. As soon as you finish saying you have no idea what evil is, I instantly got an ad for a self-credit builder. Well, go ask
Sometimes the universe gives you a wink.
Go ask your local Canadian crack horse. I'm sure he's got some wonderful explanations. Just don't listen to me. Listen to him, please. Okay. Let's press play a little bit. I really need to go again. I will be back in 2 seconds.
What are you at?
Good question. 1 minute 3.
Okay, perfect.
So if before we played this, I said, it's 12. How long is this video? 12 minutes and 30 some odd seconds. I'm like, that should only take us 2 hours. People might think I'm joking, but okay. Pressing play now.
15 billion more than we expected. So in the last month alone, we racked up another 16 billion in debt. The third highest figure since March figure since records began. And that's during the COVID. That's how you count things like COVID. Like, this is crazy. And of course, this isn't going to get any better because we are just so overcommitted in spending that things can never improve. We would have to massively cut back on the welfare state, on the amount that we spend on the NHS, on the amount we spend on everything. Or we would have to massively increase the tax revenues, which is what Reeves has tried to do. And Starmer, his entire government, has tried to. They've been raising taxes. I'm paying loads more taxes. My son's school pays loads more taxes. Businesses pay loads more taxes. And it's still not enough. So she says, he says, it's not hard to work out why that these are getting worse. The huge pay settlements for the public sector agreed by the government over its first few weeks have driven up wage bills. And again, these are massive problems, just massive problems that we all have to pay for. Added billions to the public sector payroll. Not good, right? That should all be driven down. We should probably halve the government bureaucracy. Departments led by Ed Miliband's deranged green energy empire have been spending far more than they were meant to. Yeah, now this is another, just as a quick side tangent, this is another problem. It's never going to get better while the Labour Party are in charge. So this is just British energy prices. I can see the average weighted household electricity price per kilowatt hour. Britain is paying the most. Hungary is paying the least. France is nearly paying the least. Why do you think that is? I don't know about Hungary, but France, they've got nuclear. Germany is getting its resources from other countries.
Where is France getting its uranium, though? Sargon? I'm going to fact check that, Matt, for a second. Like, is the French uranium sector just booming? Maybe from Norway, right?
It auto-completed when I started typing it. Niger looks like, let me just ask Grok directly. Where does France get its uranium?
Oh, from Africa. That's great. That's secure basket of people.
It relies on nuclear power for about 70% of its electricity and imports all its uranium since domestic mining ceased in 2001. The country requires approximately 8,000 to 9,000 tons of natural uranium annually to fuel its 56 nuclear reactors. The primary sources of France's uranium imports, based on available data from 2005 to 2022, so this is a few years old now, Kazakhstan is the leading supplier, accounting for around 27% of France's uranium imports. Niger supplies about 20% of France's uranium. Uzbekistan contributes approximately 19% of imports. Australia provides around 14% of France's uranium. Namibia supplies about 16%, and Canada supplies. Canada was the largest source of uranium imports to the EU in 2023, with 4,800 metric tons, a portion of which supports France's nuclear program.
Too bad that didn't get over to Spain, but
Yeah, so it looks like it's basically like Central Asia and Canada, Australia, and Niger.
Yeah, I mean, Canada is least secure, but then you have to pay the transport cost.
Yep.
Oops.
Yep.
Yeah. Anyway,
all the rest of that, like if you're bringing it from Uzbekistan or Kazakhstan, that's a lot of transport costs. If you're getting it from Niger, honestly, Niger might be the cheapest. I don't know. But even then, you still have to cross water somewhere
and deal with Africans. So that's
deal with Africans.
No, but
and then Australia is the furthest.
I'm not just being like racist about it. This is like
no, seriously, yeah.
Like you have security concerns in Africa, so like okay, you got to spend a whole bunch of money making sure that Niger doesn't collapse, which it just could. Like you just wake up one day like, oh no, Niger's gone now. Oh jeez, it's being run by who now? They don't like the French. Damn it, they've cottoned on. Yeah, Australia and Canada. Okay, well, Australia exports. I mean, come on, it's silly. And to consider Australia as a good trading partner when you're in Europe, it's like the price just for transport would be prohibitive. But again, so you have this big giant country just on the continent that you've decided to wage war with that has like the world's largest reserves of uranium. Oops.
Yeah, like every single source that they have is compromised in one way or another. So America, you have the America-Canada dynamic there's political instability there. You've got Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, which are directly in the China-Russia orbit, and France is in the process of doing everything they can to piss off Russia. Then you've got Africa. You've got Australia, which is in China's orbit. And the relationship between the EU and the EU member states and China is tenuous at best, I would say. So, like, the European nations just they don't seem to have an appreciation for just how dependent upon other people they are.
How screwed they are.
Yes.
Just on a personal note, one of the things that led me to moving the family down to Australia was the realization during the lockdowns and stuff like that, how exposed I was and how exposed my now young family was. Because my family, who didn't even live in the same province, are down to 2 members and they're getting old. I have extended family, but I mean, you can't, you can only count on extended family so much, right? Like you're talking about principal family. And I had a few friends, but again, they're off doing their own thing and they have their own priorities. So I basically was like, I got nothing, right? I'm exposed. I got liabilities and dependencies now. I have direct dependencies, and I don't have a guaranteed way of making sure that that's okay. And what if something happens to me? Then what? Right? What happens to them? So that was one of the big aha moments of like, let's get them down to Australia because my wife has a bigger family, and if something happens to me, well, I can die or whatever, knowing that they're gonna be okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's a huge thing, and that's on a personal note. France is a country, fucking country. What are you doing? What do you mean your entire energy sector, right? Essentially, not the entirety, but you know what I'm saying. The vast majority of it, the thing that makes the things go, yeah. Hey, what's going on in Spain and Portugal right now? Take note. So the thing that makes your country go the most is all dependent on other countries making sure that they give you the thing that makes the power go. And you think this is a good system? Why exactly?
The only way that this system works sustainably is if you manage to perpetually subvert and undermine every other nation that you have a relationship with, to get them to always get one up on them, to ensure that you in this disadvantaged position are always coming out a little bit ahead of where you would naturally. And so like that you can only do that for so long.
I remember, just to go back to Crack Horse for a second. One of his initial volleys against Stormy was that Stormy had said in our talks that that Europe doesn't have any petrochemicals, right?
Mm-hmm.
And one of his initial things that he said, let's just say he said it to me, was that comment. He's like, well, no, they totally have petrochemicals. That's he doesn't know what he's talking about. They have petrochemicals. I'm like, okay, let's take a look. And I went to Wikipedia, that bastion of information, and just sort of scroll down. And it's like, oh yeah, no, you're right, they do. There's Italy and Norway on like page 5 and 6 of all the top world producers of petrochemicals. And you're like, yeah, I mean, technically you're right, dude. But I mean, the point still stands that like,
so if they want to be autarkic, they might be able to manage like
sure,
a Bangladeshi standard of living, perhaps.
Right. Yeah, if they want to be one of those second world countries that never gets mentioned, like Europe can just become a developing nation. It's something that we said on when we're doing the civ capital stuff, and we're talking about Bombardier and the difference between Bombardier and Bucky's. And I said on that stream, it's like, if you're Bombardier and you've raised yourself from a nothing, from a repair shop to a global leader in aerospace tech and transport, and then all of a sudden you have to sell off all your assets, and now you're reduced to a private. You're building private airplanes. Well, private airplanes is a wonderful business. I'm not besmirching the private airplane industry, but it's a bit of a step down, isn't it? It's like you go neck and neck with Boeing, and we don't even talk about how Boeing is doing these days, and now you're just like making custom jets. What? It's like you're a Hollywood actor, you're winning Academy Awards, you're doing all this stuff, and then you're relegated to off-Broadway plays. Well, you're still acting. I mean, come on. Look, you're making money. It's a living, right? It's a bit of a step down. But anyway.
This is what I mean with like the structural issues with the European nations. Like these sorts of structural things that we're talking about here are precisely why like they can maintain, there's like they get 2 out of 3 here maybe or something. Like they can maintain a first world standard of living, and really I guess what it is, they have to choose between a first world standard of living and sovereignty. Like full economic sovereignty. They can't have both. If they're going to have full, at least as technology stands today, if they're going to have full economic sovereignty, then they can do that, but they're not going to have a first world standard of living because they don't have the energy capacity natively.
Yeah,
they're at the whims of someone else. in order to be able to maintain a first world standard of living.
Which is, I mean, then you think about, well, who will be pushing carbon credits and green energy and
Right.
all the rest of it? And again, okay, let's say it's a global American empire. Why would America punch themselves in the dick by making themselves have to adhere to the same green policies as Europe? Now, in Europe, maybe you say it makes sense in Europe because they don't have the same fossil fuels and energy resources as other continents. So they're trying to make up the difference in other ways. Okay, sure, fine. But why would America do that to themselves?
Right.
America has tons of energy. Energy just coming out the ground, literally. Like, what? Right?
Right.
So wait a minute.
And the most navigable waterways, we America domestically has more navigable waterways than the rest of the world does combined. So like we have the ability, we generate more than enough energy to sustain ourselves. We have the greater ability to move things around the country than anyone else for cheaper than anyone else can. Like America can maintain total like economic autarky and sovereignty just by like geographical structural dynamics. But the European countries can't. This is like a structural, a foundational structural thing that cannot be just poo-pooed away. So it's very strongly in their interests to maintain competitiveness if all of the countries that actually can sustain themselves energetically, economically, if they hamstring themselves. Like that suits the European countries' interests very much because they can be artificially more competitive, relatively speaking, if everybody else hamstrings themselves to have to play by the same rules that they're forced to play by.
Sorry, I'm just saying a new goal. What's the how will we celebrate? We'll celebrate by cracking beers. Next stream. I set up a new super chat goal, 10 super chats, teal or higher. I see some of you guys have been helping out, and I appreciate you. It's funny. So I had to go over to the official chat thing over here because in my chat stream, that's not unfiltered on my left hand side here in Streamlabs. Not salmon fish is sounding off. But
he doesn't show up for me either.
I know, but I blocked him on the main chat, so I did a check. It's not on the main chat, but he's just not salmon fishing like crazy in limbo. You spurg, weird person. Stop being you. Just stop being you for a bit. See how that works out for you. Okay. Let's put this back on the screen. Let's get back to Carl. So it's good though. Okay, so $5 from King Pilled. My goodness, thank you, sir. It's a good day. It's a very good day. Let's hear for the handsome dude with the red background. Let's hear it for him. This guy right up here. I ain't got my handsome days are done. I gotta rely on my charmingness. See how that's working out for me. Okay. Take it away, Carl.
Just totally screwed. And it's like, oh, brilliant. Brilliant. And then you have Ed Miliband, clearly an economic illiterate.
Oh.
In fact, let's watch this very briefly.
Even this is from Academic Agent shared this. His tweet on the top of it is, seriously, Ed Miliband is a relentless moron. It is now a national emergency and a matter of urgency. He's got to go. Oh, but hang on a second. The global American empire, their entire economy is run by the Fed. So it shouldn't matter.
And the Fed has full control over credit markets. There's only a little bit of stress.
Right. Sure. Whatever Ed Miliband says shouldn't matter. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Just invest more. GDP go up, line go up. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
There's no danger of economic collapse.
Because this is just... I mean, I'm not an economist, but I know why he's wrong here.
Energy companies in this country are taxed at 78% on energy profits. That pushes up prices too.
No, that's wrong. Look,
it's not 78%?
It is 78%, but it's not.
Have you seen this yet?
No.
Oh, you're in for a treat. Get comfy.
Okay.
I'm gonna let this play without my commentary.
Okay.
Whereas obviously regular corporate tax is 25%.
It's really important to make this point. Oil and gas is set, the price of oil and gas is set on the international market. The reason why...
That's the raw commodity price, in the same way that the prices of batteries is set on the raw,
Look at the blank look on Miliband's face. Yes, if we have to buy these things internationally, which we only have to because we refuse to use North Sea oil or get our own coal or whatever, refuse to expand that, the price is set on the international market. But then there is a markup that the companies add so they can make a profit delivering the service, right? So the work that they put into doing the service is compensated for in their markup, and that is taxed at 78%, which means, of course, if they want to make the amount of money they're expecting to make, they have to raise that sufficiently to cover the tax. And this is it's so simple, a moron like me can understand it, but Ed Miliband just can't conceive of this.
Sorry, just really briefly. It's unrealized gains tax in a different form.
Yeah, in a sense, yeah.
You can't have gains. You can't have gains if we tax them before you have... Don't worry, it's not unrealized. We're just taxing them before you even have a gain. Whatever gains you have afterwards. Like, let's see what do you have left over. There's your gain. Equity.
And he is the guy in charge of this. Let's carry on this for a moment.
The raw commodity price.
It's not set by the tax rate on UK companies, is what I'm saying. It's set by the global price. You see,
I understand that, but you're saying that tax rates don't impact pricing?
I'm saying that in relation to oil and gas, they don't, because the truth is that the price for our oil and gas is set internationally. And let me explain. Let me just...
He's such a moron. How can you not understand that? I love this. I don't know who the interviewer is. I don't like anyone from Sky News, obviously. But he's 100% right. And he's just like, oh, you can see it in his face. Oh, I'm dealing with an absolute moron. I'm dealing with someone who has no idea what he's talking about. And this goes on for another minute and a half. Like, he just...
if you just let me make the point. Why did prices go through the roof when Russia invaded Ukraine? Right, well, our prices went through the roof, even though we imported a very small amount from Russia. That's because whether the gas was coming from the North Sea or internationally, it was priced on the international market. That's why we're in the grip of fossil fuel markets controlled by others, petrostates and exchanges. And that wasn't about the UK tax rate. The UK tax rate could have been cut or higher, and it wouldn't have made an impact.
That's a separate point.
Yeah.
The floating price of commodities is a legitimate but separate point. Another point for why this country has unbelievably high energy prices is that we tax our energy companies.
You're wrong. I'm really sorry, but you're wrong about that because the price is set internationally.
No, moron. Yes, the price is set, and then we add a price on top of it when it's here that doesn't need to be on top of it. We choose to tax on top of it. I'm not gonna carry on. It's just ridiculous, right?
Stressors unknown. Who knows what the stressors that could possibly be, Matthew? But we shouldn't worry about it. Why isn't the American Fed doing something about this?
Yeah.
They must be evil.
Yeah, it's because I don't know, like Victoria Nuland forced, like, arm wrestled Britain's leadership and forced them to put a 78% tax on the oil company profits or whatever.
Here's an interesting thing, right? Well, the price of oil has been held standard around $70 USD a barrel, right? We know that.
Since the tariff thing was introduced, it's actually been driving down. I don't remember what it is, but it's gotten down into the 50s.
Right, but I mean, for a long time, it was at $70 a barrel, and we can assume that the majority of because it's only that the tariff thing's only just kicked in. So yes, new barrels purchased would be at a reduced price, but you're still whatever stockpile or whatever you're dealing with at the end of the day. Fine, right? And maybe that's why you increase taxes on the thing, whatever, fine. I did a check, though. Gas prices across the globe took a massive fall. They took a huge spike at the beginning of the Russian-Ukraine war and have fallen precipitously. And now they're slightly above the 10-year average. Like, slightly. We're talking, like, percentile points. So you can't even defend it on that aspect, that the Russian-Ukraine war led to the higher prices. Yes, it did for about a year and a half, 2 years. But they then fell off dramatically, especially when U.S. started to force sell all its LNG to Britain, by the way. Oh, and by the way, that LNG, they can't even use half of it because it's not the right LNG.
Right. And I get the sense that this guy, this government official that was talking, I think he genuinely thinks that he strikes me as genuinely dumb.
He's the finance minister.
Oh my God. I think he believes what he's saying. I don't think he's bullshitting. I think he genuinely believes what he's saying.
Well,
he's legitimately that dumb.
This is the competency crisis, right?
Yes.
Because it's like, well, you need corrupt idiots to be able to go, so that then you don't even have to lie to them. You just go, this is how it works, and you go, oh, okay. Here's your experts. He's okay. Let's find his exact title. I don't want to misspeak here, just because we get held to different standards here, right? Miliband, UK. Ed Miliband. He's the Secretary of Okay, so he served as the Secretary of State of Energy Security and Net Zero since 2024. So this is the energy minister. He's in charge of energy.
Jeez. He was the leader of the Labour Party and leader of the opposition from 2010 to 2015. Just look at his face. I think he is genuinely just dumb.
Crayons. Oh, I like the purple ones. They taste like grape. Just totally fine. Nothing to see here, Matthew. All right, are you worried about something? What are you worried about? GDP go up, but the line go up. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Okay, let's get.
What time are you at?
6:25.
Okay.
Ready? Oh, yep. By the way, salmon fish. If you want to get unblocked, mate, it'll cost you 50 USD sent to my PayPal account. There's the look. There's a QR code up there. You can just click it on your phone. Take it right there. 50 USD, and I will unblock you until I block you again. But have at it, man. If you really want, if you tell us how you're ruling the world through Bitcoin or where the hell you're on to next.
So anyway, obviously energy prices are through the roof. Things are ridiculous. So why would you as a business come and set up in Britain? Our corporation tax is 25%, which is higher than our nearest neighbor, Ireland, which is at 12.5%. Our energy prices are the highest probably in the world, I think it is. The government is going to squeeze you for as much as they can. Why would you set up a business here? And in fact, that's what he goes on to say here. Meanwhile, a stagnant economy, corporation tax revenues have proved disappointing as companies struggle to make any money. If that's what the general analysis of the UK economy boils down to, you can't really make money in Britain. You're not going to invest in it. You're not going to set up a company here. You're not going to be like, oh, that's a worthwhile market to get into. Because it's not. It literally doesn't pay. Because the government is just going to squeeze a quarter of your profits out before anything else happens. And that's assuming you have a good year and you get a profit. Like, you might not. And it's just, this is crazy. And of course, the Laffer curve has come straight in. So the Laffer curve, as I understand it, is an economic concept where if you plot on a curve how much you expect to make if you have taxes at certain levels, at a certain point, there is a drop-off because you don't end up raising the tax revenues you expected, because instead of just paying the tax because it's easier and more convenient to pay the tax than it is to take measures to evade the tax, companies realize the cost-benefit analysis. Oh no, it's actually worth evading the tax, right? So if we can export like various manufacturing processes, or make sure that whatever any components of the business that can be done outside of the remit of the British taxpayer, therefore jobs that are not in the country, can be done that way, it's cheaper to do that and then just import those things and do the bare minimum in Britain, and therefore tax revenues are lower. And just, there's less incentive to be innovative. There's less incentive to grow your business if there's less money to be made in it. And so the amount of money you think you're going to make actually drops off. And this is a really well understood economic phenomenon. Again, if I know about it, it must be really bloody common because I'm not an economist. And so they're like, yeah, VAT is no longer raising the amount we expected because households are now reining back their spending. So the economy is probably going to go into a recession. If it's not already in a recession, it is definitely stagnant. The corporations aren't making any bloody money. And people have decided that consumer spending probably isn't worth it because nobody's got any bloody money to spend.
Also, reports now out of England that millionaires or whatever, people with money in Britain are leaving Britain. Oops. So you have high bankruptcy numbers. You have high businesses foreclosures, which will affect your insurance markets. And you have the people with money. Anyone who has a little bit of money is getting the hell out of Britain. So you have less taxpayers.
And you have a whole bunch of beloved migrants being imported and put on the public dole
Under the auspice, of course, and I think this has been a common theory, and I kind of sign on to a little bit, is you bring all these fine people, these magic people over to do the work that British people don't want to do, and therefore and also because you have a failing demographic, so there's less British people anyways to do these things, so you need a new tax base, right, to keep all these fine things working. Okay, let's go on that theory. Well, gee, if you have bankruptcy rates soaring, and you have less businesses for these fine people who you're importing to do the jobs to do, there's no jobs for them to do. You've just imported problems.
And like what you're gonna import a bunch of like I don't know, Sudanese sand people, and they're going to be net taxpayers.
But let's just imagine that we'll occupy their frame for a second. They're magic. They're magic, Matthew. They're just magical. They're going to learn the language and obey British laws and have no problems with white Europeans who they might have grudges against or right. Magic, liberal thinking. Fine. They're going to be great, but they're going
to be like machinists and
sure.
Yeah.
They do all the things and cobblers and I don't know what other hell they do. But you have no jobs for them anymore because all your jobs are gone because all the businesses shut down. And you also you're running out of ways of feeding them.
I wonder what they like to do for fun.
I wonder what they do. Hang around schoolyards, apparently. I haven't played that video.
Yeah.
Because we're on YouTube. But there's a have you seen this one? Someone interviewed a young girl, I don't know where she is in England, but saying that young girls are being assaulted and being try to be groomed and other things by these magic people.
And if things actually do kick off between Pakistan and India, how many Pakistani and Indian migrants have they brought in over the past 10 years? Of course, I'm sure those people aren't going to, want to wage ethnic war with one another in the streets of their.
Oh, they're already doing that. By the way.
Right.
Yeah. Well, they tend to bring their problems home to the new country. Oh, so,
and like all of these things we're describing are all true to a certain degree in the United States as well. But the thing is, the United States is like the majority of a continent, and the UK is a small island the size of like Massachusetts.
Right.
With a population density probably greater population density than Massachusetts. So when shit goes sideways there, it's going to be astronomically more explosive than it is in the US, because the US, we literally have the space to absorb so much more of this.
Yeah, you can get out of the city and go to even a smaller city or town, like your neighboring whatever. And I mean, we saw this happen in Seattle, where Seattle became a problem and people just left Seattle into the suburbs or surrounding areas of Washington State and avoided the problem. So Seattle can descend into madness, which is not good, obviously, right? You don't want to see that, but good people can get out. Where are you going to go? As we found out from the Hooming gang scandals, right? It's all across Britain. So it's not just London. If it was just London, maybe you could say, well, at least they could get to Sheffield or Birmingham or wherever the hell, right? No, it's there too. In fact, it's there even more. Because there's no defense against it. They're porous. They just don't even know what's happening. They're so tectonically surprised by this happening in the first place that all the other orders of effects are happening, and they don't know how to handle it. Oops. So you have no food. You have no energy. Your energy costs are insane. You have no industries. You have no jobs.
But you have no firearms.
You have no firearms. You've imported invaders, but you're going to wage a war against Russia.
Trump's the problem, you guys.
Trump's the problem.
It's his rhetoric. If he would just be polite and respectful to Keir Starmer, then everything would be just fine.
I didn't even bring this up because I'm going to let Carl go with this one. But Carl's a guy who sent out a tweet saying, you know what? Donald Trump's making it harder for all the other right-wing groups across the globe, across the West, because of his rhetoric. I'm like, oh, is that really why it's hard for you? Is it hard for you because of Donald Trump? Really?
I think Carl's going to come around on that. I predict maybe in the next year, let's just say, I'm just going to pull something out of my ass. In the next year, Carl's going to come around on that and be like, that was a dumb thing for me to say. That's my prediction.
Well, let's hope he has the energy to power the computer to be able to say it. Where's he going to go? Spain?
I fully endorse bringing in British asylum seekers, by the way.
Yeah.
I fully endorse. Give us all of them. British, Germans. We'll even take some of the French, I suppose. We'll take some of the French. Not maybe we go a little easy on that, but the British, the Germans will gladly take them.
But Matthew, let me play the guy online. But Matthew, that means you're just importing more Democrat voters. Because that's your problem.
Yes, right. Yeah, because the ones that are coming over here are going to be those ones.
Well, either they are.
And also, it's like, yeah, I don't give a shit.
Don't import Democrat voters. No, let the country sink into like complete and total disarray. Make sure people. This is what I've found out. This is through my investigations. What people really aren't ready for is that they're not ready for waking up in a world where there's no electricity, where the power don't work no more. Right? Spain and Portugal, they're freaking out. Now, I don't know, has it been fixed yet? I'm not sure. But, that's just Venezuela had that happening in Venezuela for decades, long before the real problems in Venezuela really started hitting home. They had power outages constantly because they couldn't maintain the power grid because they didn't have the people to do it. Oops. So if you wake up in a world where the electricity don't go, the computer don't run, and all your money's on here, and you don't have access to it, what do, smart guy? Don't want to import those German people. They might vote Democrat. Okay.
You know what? If they are gifted engineers, they can vote Democrat.
Sure.
I don't care.
I'm saying is it's first order. Like you got bigger problems right now, guys. I don't know what to tell you. You got way bigger problems. The American power grid. I'll give you an example. The American power grid. I think other than there was pressure on Texas. I don't know if Texas bent the knee to it, but it's all intertwined. And here's your biggest problem: is power generators. It's power generators or power converters. You don't have any. And you don't have you got rid of the industries that build them. You know where you get them from? China. It was one of the more interesting, less reported on news reports. When Biden first took office, he signed a deal with China for China to basically run your power grid.
And a bunch of them have kill switches in them.
Yeah, all of it
can be remotely activated.
Okay. Don't worry about who's going to vote Democrat in 2 years. Worry about not having any power. and see what that does to your civilization, since everything is dependent on electricity in one way, shape, or form. Okay? Okay. So, Ryan Isaac, $4.99 USD. I love those freedom dollars. To my favorite early morning Aussie and night owl American commentators. I enjoy being your favorite, sir. There's not salmon fish, just spurging away. Limbo, calling people gay and stuff. I don't know what he did. All right, let's finish her.
I'm glad he's entertaining himself.
Yeah, he's to an audience of one, I think.
So, right, we're screwed. Like, we are totally screwed. And it carries on. Even worse, these are only the provisional figures. If anyone feels like a bet, here's a certain winner. When the final numbers are tallied up, they'll be far worse. Doubtless. I don't doubt they will be far worse. The borrowing numbers are only going to go ever higher over the course of the summer. The huge rise in national insurance charges will hit the public sector as hard as any private sector employer. It will add hundreds of millions to the cost of employing 6.1 million people who work for the government. Why are there 6.1 million people employing the government? That's like 10% of England. 10% of the people of England work for the government. That is mad. The British Empire, British India was administered by like 20,000 people, I think it was. Like, it is absolutely mad. And these people just need to get fired. They just need to get fired. I would probably, but look, the government will employ 500,000 people and no more. And if you want more, that's just too bad.
You know, and normally I would agree with Sargon here, right? Just fire them. But where are they going to, and they're going to do
Right.
what job?
Right. They're literally on welfare.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to fire them from welfare. So they're just going to go on different welfare. You're going to pay for them either way.
Oh, and making less money in the government, in the official welfare.
Right.
So they will then end up, what, if they have a house and mortgage? Well, they're going to default on that. Oh, you have car payments, a default on that. More and more assets. Who likes to snag those up? In a weird case, and I'm saying this about Canada too, in a weird case, you're better off with them working as a government employee, being useless in the government, because at least that gives them something to do, and they can some of their money becomes liquid.
Really, yeah. The problem you need to solve is not them working in the government. The problem you need to solve is the work they do in the government having any bearing on reality.
Right.
Like, you need to sever the work that they're doing from having any impact on reality. Just give them a little sandbox to play around in, and, just send someone down there to scoop the shit out of the sandbox every once in a while. And that's
Or, maybe they can manage a Panda Express. That option's always still available, right?
right.
Panda Expresses and get curry shop, whatever it is. I think curries to the British are the equivalent of tacos to Americans. When the left says we can't get rid of the immigrants, think of the tacos, right? It's like the same thing with curry for them. Well, but I like a good curry. Do you really? Do you? How much?
There's
you
something
like
called the internet.
Yeah. How much do you like it? How much? Just tell me. Give me a number. Is it 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10? You really love it. You bathe in the shit all the time. Good. Because that's all you're going to be eating, you idiot.
Which do you like more, curry or an electrical grid?
Yeah. You can't have one without the other. Just
Businesses are already laying off staff and closing units. Look at the decisions by Morrison's to close 52 cafes and 17 convenience stores as a typical example of what's happening across the country now. Loads of places have done this. Like, I thought that, say, for example, the Sainsbury's in our local town centre, in the big shopping centre there, closed because of COVID. It closed at around the same time as COVID, but not because of COVID, because, of course, it was a supermarket, so it could have stayed open, and it still could have made business. It wasn't profitable to stay there anymore. And so they're just like, yeah, no, screw it, we'll just close. It's not worth it. Save on costs. And this will hit tax and VAT revenues. And in reality, this can't continue much longer.
An interesting side note, because I lived in England for a brief period of time in the early 2000s. I was living in Paris, and I did some time in living in London. Interesting side note is that the vast majority, they don't, but even at that time in 2001, they were slowly doing away with local pubs that were independently owned. So you had these sort of industry pubs, and they were all owned by certain investment groups. There was like Bar Ha Ha and a few others, right? and quite often they would go around and buy up more legacy pubs. That's just pubs. Just give you an idea. And you knew that an area was on the up and up when you started seeing some of these pubs show up, because I was like, oh, the overall investment capital of the area, the money, the average income must be going up because you're starting to see these things spread up. So again, you start to affect the local economies by importing all these magical people and driving down security and costs, and let's say wages depressed in the area. Guess what happens? They start closing all these pubs and all these businesses that employ people. Oops. All these cafes, and they're all owned by the conglomerates. Well, that's fine. They can close some down, but then they have to still recoup the revenue somewhere. Like, sure, they're closing these things down, so they're taking the their overhead down a little bit, but they're also not getting any revenue from anywhere. So how long until all these things start to collapse? It's dominoes, my friend. Because eventually, what, are you going to just have the pub on High Street? To who? Who you selling? Until the magical people take over there too. Oops. Bit of a problem. Bit of an issue. Where are you getting the money from?
ONS made clear today the UK last year borrowed 5.3% of GDP. I mean, that's just so much money. An unprecedented figure at a time when the economy was performing perfectly well, when there was no immediate crisis to contend with. But the real figure may well be 6% already, and will certainly hit that level before autumn. So far, Reeves has already announced welfare cuts that will prove mostly fictitious, and savings won't be delivered. What he's saying there is that she feels completely constrained by the welfare commitments and the state commitments that we have. So we're going to find ourselves running into an immovable, the implacable force and the immovable object. Something will have to give here, right? And so she's ruled out tax rises in the autumn. Well, there's not going to be any choice. If you want to continue the system as it is, you're going to have to raise taxes because the money is going to have to be found from somewhere, and that's going to piss me off, and I bet that's going to piss a lot of other people off. And yet here we are. The Labour government's like, well, we can't do anything other than what we're already doing because otherwise that would be against human rights or some bullshit like that. Anyway, meanwhile, she's trying to squeeze as what she can out of it, letting ministers and civil servants carry on spending as if budgets no longer mattered. But the blunt truth is this: she's completely lost control and we're heading for a full-blown financial crash, and nothing can stop it now. And honestly, he's probably right. I think he's probably right. Like I said, I'm not an economist, but man, what is there to argue with? Like, what is there to argue with here? It looks like we're screwed. It looks like we are totally screwed. And so maybe just look forward to getting it over and done with. Let's get the crash out of the way and just admit we can't afford all of these things that we think we're going to pay for. Like, maybe we just get to it as soon as possible so we can get past it as soon as possible. We're going to have, a decade of depression or something. I don't know how long it's going to be. I'm not an economist, like I said, but it's not going to be good. And the total incompetence of the managerial elite has brought us to this place.
Yeah.
Poor Sargon, man.
I feel for him.
Imagine what's going to happen. You've got all these police, useless British police, who the only thing that they're good for is showing up to arrest old ladies for posting on Facebook or whatever. But imagine what happened. Like, as bad as everything is right now with the state of law enforcement in Great Britain, imagine what happens when all those coppers and their pension checks start bouncing.
Mm-hmm. We said it before with Stormy, and we said it multiple times. That's, we talk about the vengeful son and all these other things. There's your real kickoff.
Yeah.
Look, the British police are now being mobilized to go after people for saying, for an old man who asked someone to speak clearly, and they wasted time saying, well, that could be construed as you saying something, racial. So they're useless anyways, but they still have riot gear, and they still there's people who are trained in this, And they wake up one day and realize that they don't have a retirement fund, or the checks start bouncing, or
And it's honestly kind of a bitter white pill, because at that moment, the gloves come off.
Mhm.
Whatever spirit the society has left, when you get to that point, all of the will, these sorts of things can happen so quickly. All of the will that the society has that has maintained this facade of the love of the migrants and, hate speech. We have to do everything to get rid of hate speech and all of that sort of thing. That whole artifice can collapse in a day.
Mhm.
And suddenly there is no bureaucratic infrastructure plugging along, maintaining all of this. It just goes. And the only question is the amount of blood that is spilled in the next short period of time.
Well, I mean, there's two possibilities, right? You think of the fall of the Soviet Union and how actually very peaceful it was,
Right.
ultimately. But you also had, and the only places where there was actual real violence was in the former Yugoslavia, where they had moved people around, right?
Mm-hmm.
And suddenly you had Bosnians living with Serbians and all these other people, and that there's your sectarian violence. But in, let's say, homogenous areas like Poland, very little violence, almost none. I mean, I'm sure there was stuff, but like, you know what I'm saying? Even in Russia proper, because they hadn't imported a whole bunch of people. They had moved, there's some ethnic groups, sure, present or whatever, but by and large, everyone was ethnically the same. So, yes, their awareness of these things happening and stressors, and I'm not saying it was all peaceful and lovely and wonderful. Obviously, it wasn't economically and all the rest of it, but there wasn't the same levels of violence that you could say are predictable once you have a collapse like that. Now you have a situation in multicultural places where you have a whole bunch of people who do not see themselves as part of any tribe connected.
Mm.
In fact, many of them are going to be rivals. And now you don't have the mechanisms to hold them all in check. Oops. So the other possibility, though, and maybe these guys are forward thinking, because this is the Tony Blair digital ID and all this other stuff, and I don't know if they have enough time to get these things done now, but we'll see. And maybe this will be something that they'll do in 10, 20 years when things calm down. But the other possibility, of course, is that they go full panopticon, where any money that's remaining goes completely to the security apparatus to make sure that this other event doesn't happen. And then you have a full-on military police state. Either those two things are likely.
Mm-hmm.
And one might precipitate the other. There's your future, UK. And I don't want to be freaking downer, but this is why I try to warn you. When I went on AA show, I was invited to talk about Trump. I could have left it at that. Maybe I should have. Could have left it at it. But I was sitting on this information, and partly, sell more copies, right? Good for me. You can, if you want to critique me that way, sure. But it was also because I'm trying to get this information to people, so that you can, at least if things start happening, if you can't do anything else, at least you're how much time did we lose in 2020, in February and March of 2020, when the long flu happened and we ran around mentally and otherwise like idiots for the better part of a year, trying to figure out what the f is going on. With this information that's, again, Stormy Waters, Tom Luongo, Alex Craner, a list of others, that I'm trying to give to people in a way. And Matt's doing the same thing, and Pete's doing this stuff, and like tons of other people doing this. We're doing it to help. We tried to warn you. And he didn't think about it. And he didn't want it to be true, so it wasn't. I get it. It's sad. And in case anyone's wondering, there's nothing you can do about it. Nothing. It's math. It's gravity. The bond market collapse is just gravity. It's what you get when you put an elephant on toothpicks and ignore it and go, it's fine.
Basically, the only thing yet to be determined is who's going to buy it and what the price is going to be.
Yep.
And I mean, and price is a loaded term there. One other variable here as well that just occurred to me is, you know, there could be nothing here, but there's been just kind of really interesting little, just small things that are kind of like, you see it happen and you're like, I'll just kind of file that away for the future. And it's possible it ends up being an irrelevant detail, or it could be that enough things happen that you look back and you're like, oh, I could see the thread
There were
going
signs.
along. And
yeah, there were
that's
signs.
Prince William and the connection between him and Trump. There seems to be, it seems that the Trump camp is proactively engaging with William and establishing a baseline, developing a relationship there. And he has had all that weird stuff that's happened with his wife, and it's all palace intrigue stuff that I don't really have much
I haven't been paying any attention.
tolerance for.
Yeah.
So, you know, there's like his wife disappeared, and it was like questionable whether she was alive or not. And then there was a picture that was published, and it was determined pretty quickly that it was an AI generated photo. And so that really made it even more questionable. Is she actually alive? You know, anyways, there's could be any number of things going on there, but I think that there is a latent spirit of pride in the English soul,
Of course.
that is going to rise up again at some point.
Mhm.
And it's going to take, that's why I say, you know, like, if all of a sudden the cops are no longer being paid to go arrest people for social media posts, then when that oppressive weight, that sort of censorship regime and everything that entails it is, when that first starts to pull back just the slightest bit, you're going to find people who immediately want to test that barrier. How far back is it pulling? And there's a moment in time there where things can suddenly pivot and escalate really quickly in the opposite direction, when people who have been held down and suppressed for so long suddenly realize, wait a second, I reach up, there's nothing there anymore. And you know, this is when you can get mass episodes of people winding up hanging from lampposts, sorts of things. But if Prince William wanted to do the craziest thing, there's a number of craziest things that he could do and really establish himself as a great man of history.
Well, going back to Yarvin and Yarvin's early red pill analysis, is that the King and Queen of England, technically, on paper, still, formally, to this day, has supreme executive power.
Yes.
They just don't use it.
Yes.
But they can do a whole bunch of stuff.
Oh, yes.
Legally. They can commandeer the army and the navy. They can, because they're given the official titles.
They can dissolve parliament, can't they?
Mm-hmm. They could throw every single politician into jail tomorrow as traitors to the crown. Whatever. Let the courts figure it out. Oh, they can also assign judges.
Mm-hmm.
They have supreme power. They just don't use it. Magna Carta, all the rest. Yeah, sure.
If you had a man ascend the throne who decided he wanted to use it, and he had powerful backing, and some sort of event happened that changed the trajectory of the experience on the ground for the populace, very dramatic things could happen in very, very short order. These are the sorts of things that Francis Fukuyama could not comprehend. But those things can definitely come back on the table. And I don't know what it would look like exactly. I don't know what the likelihood of that is. Prince William could be some sort of pathetic gooner soy boy who is not worth anything, and could have no stomach for greatness. I have no idea. I really don't know anything about him. I don't know what, but
Well, it's also the yeah, exactly. I have no idea either, and so we're free to speculate into the narrative. But regardless, the situation is you're going to be you're still going to be the king and queen of nothing, of garbage.
Yeah.
Now his dad, and many others of that ilk, because they inherited this system. They didn't to give them a little bit of leeway, even the boomers, right? A little bit of leeway, is that they inherited this system. They didn't start it. They didn't create the Marshall Plan. That wasn't their invention. They don't know what's going on. But
this is just how things work. This is just how the world works,
right? And then
the sun rises, and
and then they say, well, we have to trust the experts, and the experts are telling us to do these things, and well, that seems like a likely scenario. And hey, maybe some of them are actually worshiping Moloch and other fine creatures like that, and they get sucked into some stuff, and suddenly this is all they know. So because we're also not dealing with, I don't think Prince Charles is an exceptionally intelligent human being. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think maybe he's just bright, but he's no genius. And so he doesn't have these ideas. Kamala Harris is floating out unrealized gains tax. That's not from her. What do you think Kamala Harris knows anything about the tax code? Right? That's coming from somebody. So when we see it reiterated here in Australia, and we see, like I said, I speculate it's being floated in Canada, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see that being talked about more broadly, depending on how the negotiations with the United States go. Just going to give you an idea. This is a tweet that I saw, and when I dug around, I didn't see it. Everyone's saying that this is not actually happening from Carney, but the tweet basically read that Carney is going to instigate unrealized sales tax on mortgages. So the idea that if you already paid off your mortgage, well, as an unrealized gains tax. And so if you paid off your mortgage, well, they're going to tax you on the revenue of your house, on the equity. And I looked into it, and Grok and all these people said, no, never would do that. I'm like, get ready for it. And even it's not called that exactly. What do you think they'll also do? Canada's an energy powerhouse. But under Trudeau, and even under his predecessor, they've done everything. Well, his predecessor was beholden to Alberta oil and stuff like that. But really, they did everything they could to squash Canadian energy resources. So now you can't afford to build a house in Canada. Keeps the prices nice and high. Totally fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
It seems as if the angle here with Carney as the new prime minister is that this is the backup plan for face planting in Ukraine, not being able to use the Ukraine war to seize all the Russian assets to recapitalize the system. They're now going to use Canadian assets to recapitalize the system, and that's going to be a problem. That's going to be a real problem for the U.S. government, having something like that happening in our backyard.
Yeah. Well, again, as soon as I saw Carney's name being mentioned as a leadership candidate, I'm like, well, yeah, of course he's going to get in. Of course, Carney was installed.
Oh yes.
Okay. And the Conservative Party was in on it. Their entire messaging changed, and suddenly Pierre Poilievre, who seemed to be a real front runner, really giving it to her, started saying some ridiculous stuff and just lost his lead. Organic.
Didn't even lose his own seat.
Yeah.
So he's
well, no, I mean technically you don't have to have a seat. You don't have to have won your seat to be the head of the party.
okay.
You can remain the head of the party and not have having lost your federal seat. But generally speaking, yeah, you're gone. And
so you could be the leader of the party, but like that's your only station. You don't hold a seat at all. You're the leader of the party
because you get voted in, right? So the let's say the inner circle of conservatives, and this includes people who just donate, right? So liberal leadership gets decided when they do a vote, right? It's not just a common vote for the people. It's people. People who are involved in the party at usually higher rankings, and people who do a lot of donations. I knew people who had who could vote on the liberal leadership because they had donated X amount of money. So
it's kind of like when they in sports leagues when they have like the votes for like MVP or newcomer of the year or whatever, and there's just a whole bunch of journalists who have, or like Hall of Fame votes. There's just like a bunch of journalists that send in their votes for Hall of Fame, and some of these guys are just complete retards that have no idea what they're doing.
Right.
This is how the government works.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I mean, in terms of recouping Canadian assets to reshore, I mean, to be a bulwark. I mean, what are Canadian assets now? Well, we got rid of our manufacturing industry by and large, so it's natural resources and housing. So if you don't think that Carney & Co. won't be moving to seize assets as much as possible, which includes housing.
And I'm pretty sure all the Canadian oil is all exported through infrastructure that comes down into the States.
Right.
Or like the overwhelming majority of it is. So there's going to be a real interesting battle there, because if Europe wants to be able to use Canadian energy and Canadian natural resources, Canadian minerals, whatever, to try to recapitalize themselves, that I mean, I would not at all be surprised if Trump just straight up blocked them from accessing any of the oil that comes through, that comes down into the U.S. I don't know why he wouldn't.
Yeah. Yeah, the econ war between Canada and America is now declared.
Oh yeah,
and really, again, Carney used to be the governor or the head of the Bank of England. No one's talking about that. So he's a spokesperson for the city of London.
You know what else is interesting? Professionally, he and Besant have run in very similar circles, and they've been. Carney he led some sort of a task force or something like that from the institutional side that studied and produced reports on the Soros trade that Besant was a core part of. Carney was basically part of like the institutional cleanup side of that was like, okay, what went wrong here and what led to this and everything. So they're very close. They're very familiar with each other. And I would imagine they probably have I mean, they're the same like social class, basically. So I'm sure they know each other. I'm sure they have history together.
Sure.
They're plenty familiar. So there's an extra layer of intrigue there.
Ian Rhodes says, two things from Ian. These ads are brutal. I just went and clicked it down to conservative. Unfortunately, now on YouTube, we can't undo mid-roll ads. They're a feature now, not an option. So the only thing I can do is try to decrease the amount of them you get. Sorry, dude, I out of my hands. But you know what? If you sign up, go over to GUMROAD. These episodes I'm going to be putting in the membership over there. So if you want ad-free content, you can always get it there and on Substack as well. So other options for you. I've been behind on uploading, but I'll get those uploaded over the next few days or week or whatever like that. So sign up to the membership there, and you can get ad-free content, which is good for me too. So it works out. And Ian says it's crazy how similar Canada and Australia are at the moment. Yeah, it's crazy, huh? It's almost as if those two Commonwealth countries happen to be directed by some third party somewhere. It's weird. Strange. Because here, you know, Australia, right? Australia's an energy superpower for its own. They got 35 million people here, 40 maybe, right? There should be no power outages here at all ever, because they got coal, natural gas, it's stuff coming out their ears, and you're starting to see power outages all throughout the East, especially here in the West, not so much because the mines, they're protecting the mines, but in the East, yeah, people get screwed. You're like, how's that happening? Weird. It must be those weird atmospheric disturbances, like what happened in Spain and Portugal. Oh, weird. Strange how that happened. No one could have predicted it, man.
Mm-hmm.
All right, my friend. We're coming up on, we're over the 4-hour mark. You've done a show. I've done a show. We'll do a show tomorrow together.
Mm-hmm.
Network Armageddon, electric boogaloo, a network Armageddon, electric boogaloo, a network Armageddon, electric boogaloo. What is that? It's a fun thing to say with your mouth. I love how happy that makes Matt. Just Matt's in there.
I told the people that the teaser for that show is Teddy Roosevelt.
Teddy Roosevelt.
Mm-hmm.
Theodore. Yes.
I'm gonna have a little more, probably a little more civil frame, primal frame.
Latins versus Anglos.
Yeah, we might be able to get into that a little too.
Did I talk about that on stream? I can't remember. I mentioned it to Jim Jatras on Then and Now, our latest episode. I don't remember if I said it publicly or not, but I did talk to him about that a little bit, and he was intrigued. The idea, just a teaser, folks, because Matt and I went back and forth on a few things, or Matt presented a theory, and I chimed in a little bit of notes. And the general premise, I think, is that you have an Anglo-Saxon head on a Latin body, and we might actually be starting to see an inversion happening in America specifically, but I would say even in North America in general, because it has to happen. That the Anglo-Saxon head has thought its way into this corner, and it can't get itself out. And that's why you need almost Latin romanticism to do something. Do the thing.
Yes.
Fix it. I don't care how you do it. Fix it.
So,
quote.
Yeah, I've got a number of thoughts on that. So that would actually be an interesting thing. I think all those things will fit well together. I think we're going to have a very good astronabe, as Slutty Milk calls it.
All right, folks. Thank you, Matthew. Thank you,
you.
People in the chat. Even thank you, not salmon fish. Sounding a lot like salmon fish, but apparently he's not salmon fish, so we'll go with that. Enjoy your limbo, sir. Enjoy your chat limbo. Of course, salmon. You can get out of chat limbo. You send me $50 USD to PayPal, and I will set you free in the chat.
But how will you know? How will you know? Is that real salmon fish or is it not salmon fish?
Well, I'm going by the representation, the artist formerly known as salmon fish. Whoever that is, you can send me some money, and I will set you free, sir. Or ma'am, or as you will, or fish. But no guarantees. Could put you back in the sin bin immediately afterwards.
His pronoun is fish self.
The choice is yours. Depends how entertaining you are. You gotta raise the. Okay, here's the thing for all Spurgs out there. Okay, the important thing about being a Spurg, and I'm speaking personally because I could be easily accused of such, is that you got to keep the entertainment value high, because it offsets the Spurg. See, I'm an asshole, okay? I'm a professional fucking asshole, but I'm an entertaining asshole. So that it kind of makes it okay. If you're just all asshole, all Spurg, it doesn't work, because then people are like, oh, well, screw that, and they click off.
When you're entertaining, they just let you do it.
Yeah, they're like, oh, well, they make excuses for you. Yeah, he's our asshole though. It's fine, We like it when he punches digital dicks. So, ladies and gentlemen, mesdames and messieurs, thank you so much. Thank you for all the support. Like and subscribe and share. I see there's like 53 likes, and we have had over 440 views, 439 views over on YouTube. Well, God knows how many on X. So like the stream, enjoy the stream, comment, please. Don't put eggplants, put goats. Learn our lesson. Thank you, Matthew, for finding the testing the fences and then getting shocked in the dick. Ladies and gentlemen,
my glands touched an electric fence.
Wake up, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jason Mironchuk, and it's later than you think.